250 years. A long road for a nation, and we're still walking it together. 250 candles burning in the dark since a spark in Philadelphia lit a rebel heart. Farmers took a musket, said we'll stand or fall. A fragile little promise written for us all. From frozen lines at Valley Forge to a brand new flag unfurled, a dream began to whisper to a watching world. 250 years of freedom in the wind, through the fire and the doubt we rise again. Every scar tells a story of the price we paid for the right to stand proud and unafraid. Through the storms, through the tears, through the fight to stay strong, we kept the light burning all along, and the world still sees that shining frontier. 250 years. There were days when the country nearly tore apart, brother against brother with a shattered heart. Fields turned into battlefields, hope hanging by a thread, praying that the Union wasn't already dead. But the better angels whispered through the pain, and we stitched a broken promise back again. 250 years of freedom in the wind, through the fire and the doubt we rise again. Every scar tells a story of the price we paid for the right to stand proud and unafraid. Through the storms, through the tears, through the fight to stay strong, we kept the light burning all along, and the world still sees that shining frontier. 250 years. From the beaches of Normandy to a rocket in the sky, from a march across a bridge to one small step nearby, every generation writes another line in the story of a dream that still survives. 250 years and the flag still flies, carried by the brave who gave their lives for the hope that every soul can stand up free in the land of possibility. Through the storms, through the tears, through the fight to stay strong, we kept the light burning all along, and the world still sees that shining frontier. 250 years of freedom here. 250 years. And the story's still being written. Rolled into town at the break of dawn, fog on the canal, the river rolls on. Main Street whisper with an old-time song. In Little Falls, I know I belong. Oh, Little Falls lights shine in the night, small town heart burning steady and bright. Wherever I wander, I find my way home. In Little Falls, I'm never alone. Brick front shops and a hometown smile, kayaks drifting on the Erie Canal, summer nights dancing under the stars, This little town beats big in my heart. Oh, Little Falls lights shine in the night. Small town heart burning steady and bright. Wherever I wander, I find my way home. In Little Falls, I'm never alone. In Little Falls, I'm never alone. Seasons change, but the feeling stays. Autumn gold or the winter's haze. Every road, no matter how long, leads me back where I belong. Oh, Little Falls lights shine in the night. Small town heart burning steady and bright. Wherever I wander, I find my way home. In Little Falls, I'm never alone. Yeah, in Little Falls, I'm never alone.
Fans, welcome to Mohawk Valley DiamondDawgs baseball. It's perfect game collegiate league action between the Utica Blue Sox and the Mohawk Valley DiamondDawgs tonight. First, let's go through the lineups for the Blue Sox. The second baseman is number 5, Michael Flasher. The third baseman, number 32, is Kevin Francella. The left fielder is Jack Sweeney. At shortstop for the Blue Sox, Anthony Peritano. The center fielder is Connor Jones. At first base, R.J. Tomei. The extra hitter is Ethan Madison. The right fielder is Robbie Carvelli. Catching tonight for the Blue Sox, Caleb Miller, number 3. The DH is Jack Williams. And on the mound tonight for the Blue Sox is number 59, Anthony Catalano. For the Mohawk Valley DiamondDawgs, it'll be Jake Hardy at right field, number 4. Kyle Coleman, the second baseman, number 25, batting second. Batting third is the DH, number 9, Connor Scanlon. Batting fourth, the left fielder, number 19, Brody Frecker. Batting fifth, the center fielder is number 35, Jake Dolan. Batting sixth, third baseman, number 29, is Aiden Streeter. The first baseman, number 38, Wesley Alfonso. Followed by the shortstop, number 27, Ryan Payne. And finishing up the batting order for the Dogs is the catcher, number 7, Jaden Santiago. Pitching tonight for Mohawk Valley and taking his warm-ups right now is number 39, Jack Donlin. So a playoff race in the mist playing out in front of us here tonight as the Blue Sox sitting in that 4th spot, 21-15. The Dogs are behind them. The Blue Sox are in 3rd. The Dogs are behind them, hanging on to that final spot in 4th place, 15-20 record. Oneonta trails right behind them, a half game behind the Dogs for the final spot. And Glens Falls, look out for them. They're about 2 games back from the Dogs. So a 3-team race for that final spot as we enter the last week of the season. So every game counts here as we start this last run here through July. So here we go. Michael Flashner at the plate, shakes hands with the umpire. And we are going to get started here in this huge game for the Dogs. Trying to hang on to that 4th spot. Last night's game against Boonville, a big game, got rained out. So the half-game lead stands between the Dogs and Oneonta. So the Blue Sox wearing their dark uniforms here with these stripes with the tealish color, light blue colors. They also have the gray pants. Blue hats for most of them. And for the Dogs, the green, hunter green with the white bottoms. Here we go. First pitch on its way from Jack Dolan, and it is a ball to start things off. So a Sunday matinee here in Little Falls. Beautiful day. Nice little breeze for us. And we have baseball on a Sunday night. Here's the windup and the pitch. And that is down low for ball 2 in the count, 2-0. So Donlin, a left-handed pitcher. He's facing the lefty here in Flashner to start things off. Flashner with a 2-0 count. He's the second baseman for Utica. Here's the pitch. And down the middle, called strike 1 on the count now, 2-1 to Flashner. It'll be Flashner, Kevin Francella, and Jack Sweeney all due up here in the top of the first inning from Veterans Memorial Park in Little Falls. The wind is blowing from right to left. That flag blowing beautifully in the wind. There is strike 2, and Donlin has tied this thing up at 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes here to Flashner. Flashner gets in the box, and he is ready to go as Donlin will set now and wind and deliver on the 2-2. And that one misses a down low, and the count now full at 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes to the second baseman, Michael Flashner. First batter of the ball game here for the Blue Sox. So after today, 2 home games left for the Dogs. Here's the pitch. And that one is hit to the shortstop. Scoops it up, throws across, and it gets away from the first baseman. And it might have been a bad throw. We'll see how that's scored. And that's an E6. As Ryan Payne made the throw, it was a little short. Tough for the first baseman to dig it out. And the runner is safe at first base to start this ball game off. So not the way the Dogs looking to start the game. Hopefully they can put it behind them and move on. So here's Kevin Francella. Francella, the third baseman. And he's going to step in from the right side. So a righty-lefty matchup here. Here's the pitch. Outside, ball 1 to Franchella. Franchella, number 32, the third baseman. He's got a teammate at first base in Michael Flashner. 1-0 pitch. On its way here to Franchella. And that is high and inside for ball 2. And the count now 2-0 from Donlin. Anthony Catalano, the pitcher for the Blue Sox. That's who you'll see out there in the bottom of the first. But right now, Jack Donlin on the mound for Mohawk Valley. He's got a runner on first, nobody out. He's got Franchella at the plate with a 2-0 count. Here's the windup and the pitch. Outside, ball 3. And quickly, the count now 3-0 to Franchella. Pitch now on the way from Donlin. He looks over at the runner at first, delivers the pitch, and that is high. So 4 pitches, nowhere near the strike zone, and that puts runners on first and second here for the Blue Sox. So Jack Sweeney now the batter for the Blue Sox. He is the left fielder tonight, wearing number 17. He's going to bat from the right side, so another lefty-righty matchup here as Donlin, the left-hander, on the mound. Thus far, the first 2 batters he's faced, they have reached safely with one. Should have been out, but it was an error on the shortstop. And that one inside missing, and the count 1-0. So Jaden Santiago, the catcher tonight behind the mound. Normally Joe Crenshaw with those duties. Has the night off from at least catching tonight. We'll see if he makes an appearance later on in the ball game. Not in the lineup right now. So 1-0 the count. Here's the windup, the pitch. And that is popped up. First baseman makes the catch in foul territory for out number 1. So Jack Sweeney with the pop out in foul territory picks up the first out here for the Blue Sox. So Anthony Peritano now will come to the plate for the Blue Sox. Peritano, number 2, the shortstop. And he's going to step into the box here. He's got a pink bat, sporting the breast cancer awareness color bat. And with the 1 out, runners on first and second, both taking short leads. Runner starts to take off at second, then heads back. And there is strike 1. So no balls and 1 strike, 1 out to Peritano. On 1 pitch. And that one gets away from Santiago. And the runners are going to advance to second and third. So sloppy thus far for Mohawk Valley in this inning. Allowed 1 runner on base that probably shouldn't have, and now they've allowed the runners to advance. 1-1 the count to Peritano with 1 out. Now runners in scoring position for the Blue Sox. As they are just knocking on the door here at the top of the first. One ball and 1 strike. Here's Donlin with the pitch. And that's hit to right field. Right fielder moves on over. And it's going to drop in front of him for a base hit. And it's going to score 2 runs as they get aggressive on the base pads. And both runners score. And the score now 2-0 quickly after the Peritano single. So the Blue Sox coming out aggressive here early on. And they take a 2-0 advantage. So Connor Jones, now the batter for the Blue Sox. Jones, the center fielder, number 1, a right-handed bat for the Blue Sox. That ball was hit to right field. That ball really needed to get in quicker, and that allowed both runners to score. Blue Sox taking advantage of those little cues, and there's ball 1. So 1 ball, no strikes to Connor Jones with a runner on first. One out. Top of the first, 2-0 score. Blue Sox ahead. That's fouled off. And the count now even at 1-1. So 1 ball, 1 strike. So similar story for Mohawk Valley in the last couple of games. They allowed teams to jump up ahead early on in the first couple innings, and then they've had to bounce back and battle back all game. Here's the pitch. Runner takes off. Here's the throw by the catcher, and he puts it into center field. And a stolen base and an error. Now the runner at third base. So again, those are the type of things that can't happen for Mohawk Valley, especially against a team like the Blue Sox, who will take advantage at every opportunity. 2-1 now the count. So Jones with a 2-1 count. Here's Donlin with the pitch. And that is high for ball 3. The count now 3-1. So 3 balls and a strike with 1 out, runner on third base here for the Blue Sox. A 2-0 advantage, looking for more in this top of the first. And then is popped up, and it is out of play. And the count now jumps to 3-2. The fans still filing in here at Vets Memorial Park on this Sunday evening. An early 5 o'clock start. Good way to end and start. Well, good way to end the weekend and start the work week, I guess, if you're looking for something positive, huh? 3-2 pitch called, strike 3, and they get him for out number 2. So Connor Jones, strikeouts looking. And here's R.J. Tomei, the first baseman on the right-handed bat for the Blue Sox. So Tomei will step into the box with 2 outs. Nobody, I shouldn't say that, runner on third. Here's the pitch. And that is down low for ball 1 to Tomei. Jack Donlin, the pitcher for Mohawk Valley. Here's the 1-0. And there's a called strike, and the count even at 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike here to R.J. Tomei. 1-1 pitch now from Donlin. And that one hits him. And Tomei will take his base and put runners on the corners now for the extra hitter, Ethan Madison. So Ethan Madison now, the extra hitter, will come to the plate for the Blue Sox. Madison, number 15, another right-handed bat here in the lineup for Utica. And now they have runners on the corners with 2 outs. And with a 2-0 lead, you look up at the box score, 1 hit. That kind of tells the story already. There's a strike to Madison, and they count 0-1. Bunch of blunders early for Mohawk Valley. 2 errors already on the board here in the top of the first inning. Here's the pitch. And that's fouled off, and the count quickly 0-2 as Donlin will look to put him away here ahead of the count. No balls and 2 strikes. Donlin sets, looks at the runner at first base, and will wide and deliver. And that is fouled off down the first base line. Then we continue with an 0-2 count here to Ethan Madison. Should Madison reach, Robbie Carvelli awaits on deck for the Blue Sox. 0-2. Donlin sets. Runner at first and third. Runners are taking short leads, being held on at first base. Here's the pitch. And little chopper to Donlin. He picks it up, turns around, throws it to first, ends the inning, but not before a 2-run score for the Blue Sox. They take a 2-0 lead. We head to the bottom of the first.
We know pools. Garrity Pools and Spa are the experts in building and creating backyard memories for thousands of families. Garrity takes pride in offering only the highest quality in-ground Pacific pool and radiant above-ground pools that are built for upstate New York weather. Garrity offers only the best with BioGuard chemicals to keep your pool sparkling clean. Visit the professionals at Garrity Pools and Spa, 234 South Caroline Street, Herkimer, or GarrityPools.com.
And we are back for the bottom of the first inning here. 2-0 is the score. Blue Sox are ahead. And Jake Hardy now will start things off for the Dogs. It'll be Jake Hardy, Kyle Coleman, and Connor Scanlon. So keeping an eye on the World Cup. They are in extra time as that game is tied 0-0. He's trying to do a little bit of both here, doing the baseball game and keeping an eye on the World Cup. And that ball is hit hard by Hardy past the third baseman, and he's going to head to second base. So a stand-up double for Hardy to start things off here for the Dogs, and that is just the way they want to get going early on here in the bottom of the first.
Second baseman, number 25 from Belmont University, Kyle Coleman.
So Kyle Coleman now the batter for Mohawk Valley, a right-handed batter. So Anthony Catalano is the pitcher on the mound here for the Blue Sox. Kyle Coleman at the plate. Here's the windup and the pitch. And a little bunt down the third base line, and that's going to be good. And the runners now on first and third. So the Dogs come out on fire as well.
Number 9 from Fairfield University, Connor Scanlon.
So Connor Scanlon now the batter for the Dogs. He is the designated hitter. Number 9 is Scanlon, a right-handed batter, facing the righty and Anthony Catalano. So Dogs starting out this bottom of the first just the way they need to, with the runners on first and third. So both runners have gotten on, no outs. Here is Scanlon at the plate. Catalano sets and kicks, winds, and delivers. And he puts that one down the center of the plate, and the count 0-1. So no balls and one strike. Scanlon is the DH. There's the windup and the pitch from Catalano. Runner takes off. Here's the throw. Not in time. Safe at second. So runners now in scoring position for the Dogs at second and third. And Connor Scanlon is the batter. So 1 ball, 1 strike here to Scanlon. Bottom of the first. Here's the pitch. And there's a called strike 2. Inside portion of the plate, just picked up that inside line and called a strike 1 and 2. Here's the pitch. And curveball, swing and a miss, and Scanlon strikes out. Unhappy with himself
tonight for your Dogs, left fielder number 19 from George Washington University, Brody Frecker.
So here's Brody Frecker. Frecker is the left fielder for the Dogs, another right-handed bat. And he's ready to face Catalano with runners on second and third. Here's the pitch. That ball is popped in the air into right field. And the right fielder's going to make the grab. Runner tags up, and play at the plate is... And they called him out at the plate. And the runner keeps running to third.
After 2 full fans the score, Utica 2, Mohawk Valley 0.
And thrown out at the plate to end the inning. And it's 2-0. Score remains.
Wake up and smell the sizzle at your local Burger King. Burger King is open for breakfast 7 days a week. Your mornings deserve the royal treatment. So dive in to try our delicious breakfast sandwiches, savor our savory hash browns, and wash it all down with a hot or iced coffee. Whether it's Monday or Sunday, we've got your breakfast cravings covered. Swing by BK today to have it your way. You rule at participating U.S. restaurants during breakfast hours.
And we are back. And Robbie Carvelli will be the batter for the Blue Sox here in the top of the second. So Robbie Carvelli, the right fielder, right-handed batter, is going to step into the box here to face Jack Dolan. And here's the pitch from Dolan. And that's fouled off. And the count 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. We are in the top of the second, I'm sorry. 2-0 the score. Blue Sox ahead. They jumped out early here on Mohawk Valley. Here's the windup and the pitch. That one misses for ball 1 on the count now, 1-1. So a ball and a strike here to Carvelli. Dolan winds and delivers on the 1-1. Big swing and a miss by Carvelli. The count now 1-2. So Carvelli swinging away on that one. He's got that wind blowing out there from a right to left. So hitting right into the wind will be Carvelli. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. And there is strike 3. So he strikes out for out number 1 of the inning. And Caleb Miller, the catcher now, will come to the plate.
Catcher number 3 from Union College, Caleb Miller.
So Caleb Miller.
Coronas are $3 and Coors Lights are $2.
So I'm going to share a funny story about me and Caleb Miller. So Caleb, as I mentioned last time they played, is from West Berlin. So after the ball game last time, I went up to him and just talked to him because I did coach at West Berlin a little bit for Modified. So he remembered me. We talked, chatted a bit. And he hit his first PGCBL home run that night here. So I had a ball. I said, hey, Caleb, can you sign this for me? Just put first home run, kind of thing. And then I said to him, can you sign it, first PGL home run, go Dogs? He looked at me like I was crazy, and I said, whoa, I'm sorry, go Bulldogs, because the West Berlin are the Bulldogs. So at first he thought I was crazy saying to sign it, go Bulldogs, like go Dogs, Mohawk Valley DiamondDawgs. That ain't going to happen. So Caleb Miller reaches on an error, and Jack Williams, now the batter, will step into the box here for the Blue Sox with a runner on first, 1 out. So Williams, the bottom of the order, the DH, before we go back to the top with Flasher awaiting. Here's the pitch. Down the middle, called strike one. The count 0-1. So no balls and one strike to Jack Williams, sorry, wrong guy. Miller's at first. Here's the windup and the pitch. Outside and in the dirt for ball one, and that evens the count at 1-1 to Jack Williams. Now, funny enough, there was a Jack Williams at Westmoreland who was a good athlete. Not the same Jack Williams there. 1-1. Jack Williams played football. It was pretty decent. There's a swing and a miss, and the count now 1-2. So 1 ball, 2 strikes, and 1 out with a runner on first base for the Blue Sox. They already have a 2-0 lead. Donlin wants to keep it that way here. 1-2 pitch now as he looks over at the runner at first, takes a long stare before he delivers the pitch, and puts it down low to Santiago for ball 2. And the count now even at 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Williams. Flashner on deck. Miller at first. Miller taking a pretty good lead. Starts to take off and then runs back. And that's fouled off in the count now 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here to Jack Williams. Donlin taking a long look at the runner at first before he delivers the pitch, puts it high, and the count is full now, 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes now with Miller at first and Jack Williams at the plate. Williams facing a 3-2 count here with 1 out. Donlin sets now, looks at the runner at first base, delivers the pitch, runner takes off, foul ball. So foul ball down the first base line. So everyone's going to go back. Miller will head back to first base. Jack Williams will head back into the batter's box. Again with the same 3-2 count. So 3-2 with 1 out. Runner on first base here for the Blue Sox. Donlin looks at the runner, takes another stare, and now delivers the pitch. And the runner takes off, and that again is foul. And Miller's going to turn around and head back to first base. And so will Jack Williams to the batter's box as we will reset and face another 3-2 count. So 3 balls and 2 strikes, everybody back in their places. And so Donlin will set, glance at the runner at first, who's taking a short lead this time, and he's on the go. The minute that ball is let go, here's the pitch. And that one comes back to us again here tonight. So that's the first ball that made its way here trying to attack us. So we are good for that one for the night. So 3-2 batter and pitcher duel here between Donlin and Williams. Here's Donlin now with the windup and the pitch. And that one takes a bounce, and that is ball 4. And now runners on first and second with a walk to Jack Williams.
And then for Utica, second baseman number 5 from the College of Staten Island, Michael Flashner.
So we go back to the top of the order. It is Michael Flashner who reached on an E6 in his first at bat. Flashner is a lefty, so this is the lefty-lefty matchup that we saw earlier. One of few, as most of the batters in the order for the Blue Sox are right-handers. Here's the pitch, and big swing and a miss by Flashner for strike 1, and the count 0-1. So runners on first and second here for the Blue Sox. Caleb Miller and Jack Williams. Miller at second, Williams at first. 2-0 lead here for the Blue Sox with 1 out here in the top of the second. They're looking to add more. Here's the pitch. The runner takes off. Here's the throw to third. And waiting the call, safe. So safe at third base is Caleb Miller. And that puts runners on first and third. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Flashner. And now runners on the corners. Now a big opportunity for the Sox to send that runner at second because they got a guy at third. They know they're not going to throw to second base with a guy sitting at third base. Here's the pitch. There's a called strike, and the count 1-2. Looks like Flashner was trying to call timeout, I think, and wasn't granted it, so wasn't ready, and he got the strike call. 1-2. Runners on first and third, taking short leads. Here's the 1-2 pitch now from Donlin. Runner takes off, and no throw. They throw to third, and he throws it into the outfield. So he faked the throw to second, did Santiago, threw to third, and put it in left field. Costly mistakes here by the Dogs early in this ballgame. So an E2 scores another run. And a runner now on second base with one out. So the count 2-2 now. 2-2 pitch, here it is. And that one is fouled off on the third base line into the picnic area. And that'll be a souvenir for one of the kids. And I believe it's before the fence, but I don't see any kids going after it. And now one fan decides, well, you know what, maybe I will go after it. And just like that, free souvenir. Look at that. Took a little effort. Had to get up and actually go get it. And the count 3-2 now with the ball. And to give him credit, it is a little hot up there. There's no covering, so he's probably sitting baking in the heat a little bit. So it took him a while for the brain to work and say, go get the ball. 3-2 with one out. Runner on second here for the Blue Sox. 3-0 the score. And a little dribbler down the first base line, foul. And the count continues here. 3-2 seems like it's been forever that Flashner's been at the plate. And he has been there a while. 3-2 now. So 4 errors for the Dogs. And we're just in the top of the second inning. And there's a big swing and a miss by Flashner. He strikes out for a much-needed out number 2. And now Kevin Franchella will come to the plate. So Franchella now the batter. Franchella, the third baseman, who walked. And his first time around, he's got a runner on second base. A 3-0 lead and 2 outs here in the top of the second. Here's the windup and the pitch. And that's fouled off. And the count 0-1. So thus far, the Blue Sox have taken advantage of every opportunity scored in both innings that they've had the opportunity to score. 2 runs in the first, 1 here in the second. 0-1 count now to Franchella. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss for strike 2, and the count quickly 0-2. So Jack Dowling really looking to get him here, get out of this inning, and get the Dogs' bats at the plate. 0-2. Franchella is ready. Dowling is ready. Runner at second base is ready. Here's the pitch. In the dirt. And the count 1-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes, 2 outs. So 1-2 pitch now from Dowling to Franchella. Coming momentarily. Dowling is set, looks at the runner at second. Not being held on, here's the pitch. And that's fouled off on the first base line. And the count remains 1-2. So a ball and 2 strikes. Fresh set of baseballs coming in for the umpire. That's what happens when you have a bunch of foul balls. You got to get replenished. 1-2. Luckily, we have great companies in the area who sponsor our baseballs. So we have plenty of them to go around. 1-2. And that one is popped up into left field. It will hit off the wall for the Empower sign. And a stand-up double for Franchella. Scores a run, and the score now 4-0 Dogs. I'm sorry, 4-0 Blue Sox.
For Utica, left fielder number 17 from Rutgers University, Jack Sweeney.
So here's Jack Sweeney, Sweeney has popped out in his first attempt here, and Utica now has a runner on second base as they keep bringing in runs here. They matched the first inning with their 2 runs, and they've taken a 4-0 advantage. So first 2 innings not going well here for the Dogs tonight. And that one is hit hard to left field, and that is gone. That is a shot for Jack Sweeney. Puts it over the Hummel sign for a 2-run home run. And it just continues here for the Dogs. Not going well. So 6-0. So they've topped what they did in the first inning with 4 runs here after the 2-run shot. And Anthony Peritano, the shortstop, will come to the plate. This has all been going on with 2 outs here. So Peritano singled in his first at bat. Here's the windup and the pitch. That one misses, ball 1. So 1 ball and no strikes to Peritano. Here's the 1-0. And that takes a hop. And they count 2-0. And that's one of the problems here tonight. A lot of balls hopping around in front of the catcher. One hopped over the field, over the fence with a home run. That thing was going for a while. That might have made it its way to Herkimer. He got all of that one. And I'm being told that can't be Herkimer because it's in the wrong direction. So St. Johnsville. And that's the final out with a grounder to third base to end the inning, but not before more runs score. 6-0. Blue Sox ahead.
At GPO, we understand every member's journey is unique. That's why our employees take the time to listen, understand, and deliver personalized solutions that fit your life. From budgeting to borrowing, we're with you every step of the way. Your journey, our commitment. GPO Federal Credit Union, committed to excellence.
And we are back for the start of the top of the second inning. So Jake Dolan is the batter here for the Dogs. And the pitch to Dolan is a strike. And we have a goal in the World Cup in extra time. I'm not going to tell you who it is because maybe you're watching at home and sometimes these things are on delay. But there has been a goal in the World Cup. And because I don't know how it works, I don't know if you keep continuing playing the rest of the extra time. Is that how it works? So you play the rest of the extra time and then, right? Doesn't that how it works? You keep playing, right? Yeah, that's one of the things I don't understand about soccer is that you keep playing after you score an extra time. Like, isn't it called overtime for a reason? You just end the game when you score? But listen, I'm not the FIFA president yet, so. And that one is hit to left field for the Dogs. And That is a base hit to start things off here
Batting for your Dogs,
for
third baseman
Dolan.
number 29 from American International University, Aiden Streeter.
All right, so I gave you enough time for the goal. So if you don't want to hear it, cover your ears, put some cotton balls in there or whatever, kidney beans, whatever you want to put in your ears. The Spaniards have jumped ahead, 1-0. So ball 1 to Streeter. Streeter, the third baseman here for the Dogs. Here's the windup and the pitch. And that is ball 2. So 2 balls and no strikes. I was watching the World Cup on my way here. I had it on my phone a little bit. I'm not a big soccer fan, but I've gotten a little World Cup fever. But it's funny because we all talk about the World Cup. It's on everyone's mind. You know, it's here in the U.S., and we all love it, and we're all watching it. And then after tonight's game, we will all be talking about football, American football. And nobody will think about soccer for another 4 years. It's kind of sad. We're like the only country that doesn't care about soccer, but whatever. But again, when I'm the FIFA president in a couple years, I'll make sure everyone loves soccer. Right, Ez? Ez is shaking his head. He's like, not here, man. You're not doing that to me. 3-1 count. And there's ball 4. So Aiden Streeter will walk. And Wesley Alfonso will come to the plate.
Number 38 from American International University, Wesley Alfonso.
So Ezel's wearing a Syracuse University hat I see here today. I'm not sure if Ezel likes a little bit of everything, so sometimes it's tough to know what team he's cheering for, but I'm not sure if it's Syracuse soccer. I'm sorry, not soccer.
Read the shirt.
Hang on. Friends don't let up. He says he's got a shirt on that says "Friends don't let friends root for Utica." He's got the Crunch shirt on. I know he's a big fan of the Syracuse Crunch. That I know. That one has popped up into left field, but he's got a Syracuse University hat on, so I'm not sure if he's a bigger fan of Syracuse football,
Shortstop number 27
Syracuse
from
basketball,
University, Ryan
or Syracuse
Payne.
lacrosse. Lacrosse, okay, he's a lacrosse guy. Now, I'm not a big lacrosse guy. I've always said over the years I wanted to catch a lacrosse game, like in person, because everyone says it's really fun if you watch it, and it's exciting. But I haven't gotten into it. I kind of watch a little bit of it. I mean, I'm a guy, I'll watch cornhole. I mean, I'll watch anything. And I will cheer and get into it and, like, I mean, I'll even watch a good tennis match once in a while. That ball goes back and forth, like, doot, doot, doot. Impressive. Only because I've tried tennis before. It's really hard to hit that thing. There's a strike. 0-1 now to Alfonso. So Dogs have a 1 out. Runners on first and second. And they gotta start putting up some runs. They can't wait till later on in the innings like they have in some other games. As the capability is there for the Dogs. And that one is hit into center field. And so here we go. Bases loaded for the Dogs. Exactly what they need to get going here, down 6-0. So Alfonso with a single.
Number 7 from Columbia University, Jaden Santiago.
Ryan Payne? No? Okay, sorry. Jaden Santiago now the batter. I must have missed one here in the order. That was Ryan Payne with the single. So Jaden Santiago now the batter. He's the catcher for the Dogs. Bases loaded with 1 out. Here's the pitch to Santiago. Inside, ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes, and 1 out. Here's the windup, the pitch. Swing, and a big miss there by Santiago. And the count 1-1. Santiago was thinking, one swing here, this game will be 6-4. And really, fans, that's all it takes, right? I mean, you look at the score, 6-0, struggling, 1 swing of the bat, and we could be at 6-4 just like that. There's strike 2 in the count now 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Santiago now. With 1 out, bases loaded here for the Dogs. They need to come out with some runs here in this inning for sure. That one outside corner close. Is that just outside the line? And the count 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. down low for ball 3. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Santiago. 3-2 pitch, here it is. And a little chopper to third, and he comes home foul, they say, foul. And so we'll reset, and Santiago will get another shot. So 3 balls and 2 strikes to Jaden Santiago, the catcher for the Dogs, wearing that, I call it the Tar Heel blue, but it's actually the Columbia blue from Columbia University. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. Bat kind of matching the helmet. Gotta look stylish out there, right? And those colors, unfortunately, look a little bit like the blue caps that the Blue Sox are wearing. But obviously, those are his school colors. You gotta sport the school colors, as these kids will head back to school before you know it. About a week or 2 left here, and then they head back to their colleges, and before you know it, they'll be back into their baseball seasons, as it never stops when they get back to college. And that one hit to the third baseman, and that's going to bounce off his glove and score 2 runs. So exactly what Mohawk Valley needed. And a hit for Jaden Santiago scores 2 runs, and the Dogs are on the board 6-2.
Now batting for your Dogs, right fielder number 4 from Fairfield University, Jake Hardy.
So here's Jake Hardy. Hardy with a double in his first at bat. And timeout is called or something. Oh, a baseball comment came onto the field. And a little timeout called by the umpire. And here we go again. No count as Hardy's now gets ready to face Catalano. Catalano sets, winds, delivers, outside, ball 1. So beautiful breeze here coming through the ballpark today. Feels great, as we had to suffer a couple games here in the excruciating heat. We survived, but it's nice days like this that we really enjoy. It's just a great day for baseball. And that one misses down low. The only thing missing, honestly, a cold beer and a hot dog. But we try to keep it clean up here. If we're drinking beer, eating hot dogs, it wouldn't be pretty. Some of you may say it may sound better. I don't know. But we'll try to keep it to the rules. Although we will have a hot dog sometimes, during the game when we get our food that comes up. Sometimes it comes up 4th or 5th inning, and sometimes we literally need to shove the hot dogs down our throats to make sure we eat them quickly and get back on the air. But we handle it. I've learned lessons along the way of things you should not eat when you're up in the booth calling the game. I'll tell you that in a second. 2-0 the count. There's the windup and pitch. And that one misses for ball 3. You should not have peanuts, folks. Peanuts are very sneaky, right? You have a peanut, everything's fine. You think you survived the peanut. 3 innings later, the peanut dust comes out from your throat and you start coughing uncontrollably. It's insane. It's insane. And there's a strike inside corner, 3-1. So I always tell people, folks, peanut dust is real. It lingers in your throat and then comes out at the most inopportune times. 3-1 the count. So now I won't do peanuts and I won't do popcorn before a game. And there's ball 4. So that'll put runners on first and second for the Dogs. Actually, bases loaded. I forgot the guy at third.
From Belmont University, Kyle Coleman.
So Kyle Coleman now the batter. So, folks, we haven't done this in a while, but if you're listening out there, let us know where you're listening from. Let us know your city, your state, who you might be listening to if you're a relative of one of the players. Again, both teams is fine. We'll announce it. We'll talk about you guys. If you have a funny story, if you have something interesting you want to share about a player, put it out on our Facebook live feed. We have the game, and I will check that once in a while between innings and give you guys a shout out. I enjoy hearing from you guys, hearing where people are listening from. So again, shoot us a message. So umpire heads out to break up the conference on the mound. And we're getting some instructions from the umpire telling us how many trips to the mound that was. Bunch of numbers he gave us. I'm not really sure what it all means. And Josh is keeping track of that.
DiamondDawgs, second baseman number 25 from Belmont University, Kyle Coleman.
So here's Kyle Coleman now for the Dogs with bases loaded. So Coleman's one that can definitely take the ball deep here. And wouldn't that be great? With bases loaded here for Coleman. Pitch is down low. And the count 1-0. So Coleman steps back at the box, excuse me, with bases loaded. Here's the pitch by Catalano. It's high, and that is good for ball 2. So 2 balls and no strikes. Fans, remember, with only 2 home games left, you got to get down here soon if you want to catch a game here at Vets Memorial Field. Vets Memorial Park is a great field, and that ball's hit through the gap between the second and third, and that's going to score 2 runs here for the Dogs, and just like that, we got ourselves a ball game. 6-4 now the score as Kyle Coleman grabs the single and 2 runs score.
Now batting for your Dogs, designated hitter number 9 from Fairfield University, Connor Scanlon.
So here's Connor Scanlon, who struck out in his first at bat. He was upset with himself with a strikeout, so has an opportunity here to change that with the runners on first and second. Just 1 out, 6-4 now the score. Blue Sox still ahead. Here's the windup and the pitch, and that's fouled off in the count 0-1. So we've said this all year long. The Dogs resilient with the bats. They always fight back in these ball games when they get down. The problem is they get down and then they got to fight back all game sometimes, and sometimes they win them, sometimes they lose them, but the bat power is there. There's a swing and a miss as he takes a little bit off that one, does Catalano, and they count 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. Oneonta winning 2-0 in their ball game. And that's a game we're watching closely as they are trailing behind a half game Mohawk Valley for that final spot. Right now, Mohawk Valley hanging on by a mere thread. 1-2, so those teams are going to battle throughout the rest of the season for that last spot. It's going to make the last week of the season very interesting. 1-2, here's the pitch. And that ball hit above the head of the shortstop into left center field. 1 run scores, and 6-5 now the score after the single from Connor Scanlon. So 1 inning, 5 runs for the Dogs, and just like that, they are down 1.
Number 19 from George Washington University, Brody Frecker.
So Brody Frecker now the batter for Mohawk Valley. He grounded out in his first attempt here tonight, and he's got runners on the corners, a chance to tie this game up with a base hit here for Frecker with just 1 out. Here's Catalano with the pitch. Down the middle, but high for ball 1. So wind now has changed directions a bit, blowing out. 1-0 count. And that one catches the outside corner, 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Here's the pitch. Another curveball missing this time, almost the same exact spot, but just a little off the edge. Made it a ball. So 2-1. It's a game of inches, folks. A game of inches. 2-1 count. Here's the pitch. This time he goes to the opposite side, but outside more, and the count 3-1. So 1 pitch away here, and the Blue Sox have a real problem on their hands. They have bases loaded. 3-1 pitch on its way from Catalano. There is ball 4, and that will load the bases for Jake Dolan. Sorry. All year we've been messing up the Jake and the Jacks.
Center fielder number 35 from Seton Hall, Jake Dolan.
So here's Jake Dolan at the plate, but before that, we're going to have a pitching change. So we're going to take a quick break and be back after this.
At Hummel's Office Plus, our customers remain our #1 priority. Hi, Central New York. This is Justin Hummel, CEO of Hummel's Office Plus. If you are in need of a reliable, competitive, and consistent business product supplier, give Hummel's a try. We offer customized pricing, free next-day delivery, and personalized service. With our wide assortment of office supplies, janitorial supplies, furniture, and everything else you need for your workplace, Hummel's is your go-to for all your business products.
Center fielder number 35 from Seton Hall, Jake Dolan.
And we're back. New pitcher on the mound for the Blue Sox, Nicholas Pasanelli. Nicholas Pasanelli now pitching for the Blue Sox. At the plate for Mohawk Valley is Jake Dolan. Jake Dolan at the plate with bases loaded here. 6-5 the score. And the first pitch is popped foul and out of play. So Dolan with a big opportunity here to not only tie this game, but give the Dogs some go-ahead runs. So no balls and one strike here to Dolan. There's the windup, the pitch, and it is high for ball one in the count 1-1. So 1 ball, 1 strike to Dolan. Again, bases loaded for the Dogs here in the bottom of the second. They've put up 5 runs, answering those 6 runs put up by Utica. Down the middle, called strike 2 in the count, 1-2 now to Dolan. Dolan, the righty, facing the righty here in Pasanelli. 1-2, 1 out. There's the 1-2 pitch now. And swing and a miss. Took a little bit off that one, did Pasanelli, and Dolan went after it and strikes out. So Aiden Streeter now the batter. So Streeter walked in his first at bat.
Number 29 from American International University, Aiden Streeter.
So here's Aiden Streeter now. Again, bases loaded, but now 2 outs. So Streeter got to find a way to get on the base pads here and score some runs for the Dogs. That one drops down low for ball 1. So 1 ball and no strikes. 1-0 the count. Here's the pitch. And that ball is hit hard and deep to center field, and it is gone. A grand slam for Aiden Streeter. So Aiden Streeter, a grand slam for the Dogs. And just like that, the lead has changed. Wow. How about that? A grand slam for the Mohawk Valley DiamondDawgs by way of Aiden Streeter. And the Dogs have taken a 9-6 lead. Wow. How about that, folks?
For your Dogs, first baseman number 38 from American International, Wesley Alfonso.
So Wesley Alfonso now the batter. So welcome to the game, Nicholas Pasanelli. A grand salami. And here's the pitch. And there is the pitch for a strike. The count 0-1 to Alfonso. So a 9-run inning for the Dogs. We talked about how the bats can easily heat up for the Dogs. Well, they came right on cue. As right after I mentioned it, they just roared. 9-6 the lead. So Wesley Alfonso at the plate. We have a champion in soccer, folks. So if you don't want to know, I'm going to give you that chance to put those, whatever you used last time, I guess. You can use the same thing if you want. All right? Unless you used cotton balls, I recommend you get a fresh set. Anyways, 2-1 count to Alfonso. The Spaniards have won the World Cup over Argentina. So congratulations to Spain. Not really of a surprise. That was one of the teams in contention. But I am surprised a little. I thought Argentina would pull this off, but 1-0. So a good game. Went to extra time. 3-1 count here to Alfonso now. 9-6 the score here in Little Falls. So 3-1 now the count to Alfonso. Nobody on after the big shot from Streeter. And there's a strike to count, 3-2. Three balls and 2 strikes, 2 outs, full count here. Here's a 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. And that'll do it for the inning. But the Dogs were busy with 9 runs and a big grand slam. The score now 9-6, Dogs ahead.
Spring into action and get started on your home projects with Little Falls Lumber. Get your free estimate today for that project, big or small. Little Falls Lumber. They're always happy to help.
Stop by one of our 3 convenient locations and speak to one of our knowledgeable salesmen about your next project.
And we are back. We have a new pitcher on the mound for Mohawk Valley. That pitcher, Nolan Gillis, now pitching. Connor Jones at the plate. And the first pitch to Jones is down low. 4-1. So 1 ball, no strikes. Here to Connor Jones. Again, Nolan Gillis now pitching for Mohawk Valley. A right-handed pitcher is Gillis. And pitch misses for ball 2. And the count now 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. Oneonta leading their game 3-0. And there's a swing and a miss by Jones, and they count 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. And there's called strike 2. 2-2 now the count. Two balls and 2 strikes to wind up the pitch. And that ball hit. And nice play by the second baseman, the shortstop to scoop it, but unable to make the throw as that was deep in the hole. And a base hit for Jones to start things off here.
First baseman number 18 from Valparaiso University, R.J. Tomei.
So R.J. Tomei, now the batter. He was hit by a pitch in his first at bat. Blue Sox came out on fire, scored 6 runs in 2 innings, but guess what? The Dogs did the same thing. They just waited 2 innings and they scored all 9. Dogs said, well, why do it in 1 inning? We could do them all in 1. And 9-6 to score. 0-1 count here to Tomei. I have a feeling this is going to be a back and forth game throughout the rest of the evening. These two teams battle on the field every time they face each other. There's a throw. The runner takes off, not in time. So a stolen base by Jones. So runner on second here with Tomei at the plate with a 1-1 count. So 1 ball, 1 strike to R.J. Tomei. Ethan Madison on deck. Nobody out here. Top third. That ball hit sharply to left center field. It's going to get past the center fielder. Bounces over the wall for a ground rule double. So the ground rule double will score a run. And so Ethan Madison now the batter. So Madison now the batter for the Blue Sox. So Madison will step into the box here. So 7 runs now for the Blue Sox, 9-7 the score. Ethan Madison will step into the box here. Well, the runner on second base, nobody out. And that one takes a bounce stop by Santiago. And a 1-0 the count. So every inning thus far, the Blue Sox have scored a run. They got 7 runs and 5 hits. Here is Gillis with the windup and the 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss on that one. He took a little bit off of that. And the count now 1-1 to Madison. Ethan Madison. He is tonight's extra hitter for the Blue Sox. He's got a teammate on second base swinging his arms around. And there's another swing and a miss for strike 2 in the count now 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. There's a strong gust of wind coming through here. Might be able to hear it, pick it up on the mic a little bit. 1-2. Here's the pitch. And curveball gets him. Nasty pitch there by Gillis. And strikes out Madison.
For Utica, right fielder number 62 from Lehigh University, Robbie Carvelli.
So here's Robbie Carvelli, who struck out in his first at bat. He's going to face Nolan Gillis here for the first time. That last pitch by Gillis, nasty, just dropped right out of the air as it came across the plate. And here's the windup and the pitch. That is popped up. And it is caught by the right fielder as the second baseman was heading out and he tripped.
Catcher number 3 from Union College, Caleb Miller. Caleb Miller strikes out. It's $3 Coronas or $2 Coors Light until the end of the inning.
So here's Caleb Miller, who reached on an error in his first attempt here tonight. Miller is the K-man tonight, so if he strikes out, there's a little deal for everybody here at the ballpark. And there's a strike, and the count 0-1. Miller from Union College, that's where he played his ball, now graduating after this year. As I was talking to him last week, said he's all done. I thought, you know, time flies because it was just recently he felt like he was playing baseball in high school at Westmoreland. And I mentioned to him, how many more years you got left? You know, 1, 2? And he's like, no, I graduated. So he's looking to play some, he's looking to sign a deal and play some independent ball. That's what he was telling me. So good for him. 1-1 of the count. Always great to see these guys continue their baseball endeavors as they try to make it to the bigs. That's what the goal is for these guys. And they're all very capable of doing so. It's a tough road, but it's possible. 2-1. Caleb Miller at the plate. Other runner on second base and 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Outside, ball 3. And the count now 3-1. Three balls and 1 strike here to Miller with 2 outs. Runner on second base. Here's the windup and the pitch. Called strike 2. So 1 more strike here. We got a deal here for all the fans. 3-2. Here's the windup and the pitch by Gillis. And that one is hit sharply to center field. Center fielder backing up at the wall, makes the grab to end the inning. And that'll do it. Blue Sox put up 1 run, 9-7. Mohawk Valley ahead.
At NBT Bank, we know that this day starts with this one. This day starts with this one. Because no matter how unforgettable the extraordinary days are, there's a lot of every day that leads up to them. You can count on NBT Bank to help you get started. NBT Bank, it starts here.
For your Dogs, the shortstop, number 27 from Fairfield University, Ryan Payne.
And we are back. Ryan Payne is the batter here for the Dogs. And we have a couple of corrections as, yes, we were saying Francella incorrectly. It's Francella. So apologies to the Francella family. It's Kevin Francella. And the jack is McWilliams, not Williams. So we'll try to correct that as we go along. Our apologies. Thanks for correcting us. And the count 0-1 now. Here's the windup and the pitch. And a little chopper foul. No balls and 2 strikes. Oneonta winning 5-0 in their game over Boonville. 0-2 count here in the bottom of the third. 9-7 the score. Blue Sox had a lead, and now that lead belongs to Mohawk Valley. 9-7. So back and forth we go. Ryan Payne, the batter here for Mohawk Valley. 1-2 the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Nobody out. Here's the windup and the pitch. Called strike 3 to Ryan Payne. He goes down looking as Nicholas Pasanelli shuts him down.
Catcher number 7 from Columbia University, Jaden Santiago.
So Jaden Santiago now the batter. So Santiago, who singled in his last at bat, now at the plate for the Dogs. And there's a strike to start things off. Oh, on the count. Here's the windup and the pitch. And that one down low. And the count 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. One count. Here's the windup and the pitch from Pasanelli. High and inside for ball 2. So a couple hellos out there. How about Valerie, who's listening? Hello, Valerie. Magdalene. She's caught listening from Basking Ridge, New Jersey. And that ball is hit to left field for out number 2. So thank you to Meg from Basking Ridge, New Jersey, obviously related to Jake Dolan. We apologize. Sometimes we call him Jack. But we try. Kyle Avery's watching the Dogs. Also, Chris says the weather looks amazing. Currently roasting in central Arkansas. Around 107 heat index, and he's cheering for the Sox. That is hot. That is hot. 107 heat index, Chris. Stay indoors. Where the AC is hopefully on high. And you got a nice cold beverage, whether it's... Well, I can't say whether it is because I don't know how old you are. So I don't want to have a nice cold beverage on us. And that one misses. And the count now 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. 2 outs here for the Dogs in the bottom of the third. 9-7 the score. Dogs ahead. Here's the pitch. And that one hit past the second baseman for a base hit for Hardy. And so Hardy with the single will bring up Kyle Coleman.
Second baseman number 25 from Belmont University, Kyle Coleman.
So here's Kyle Coleman. Coleman has singled twice here tonight for Mohawk Valley. He is the second baseman. Coleman's got some power. He's taken it yard a few times. And here he is at the plate with 2 outs. And runner takes off. Here's the throw. It's high. And a stolen base there. And the count 0-1 to Coleman. So Hardy's at second base for the Dogs with 2 outs and a 2-run lead. No balls and 1 strike. Pasanelli is ready. Looks at the runner at second base a few times before he delivers the pitch. And that ball hit right to the glove of the third baseman to end the inning. Well, no runs for Mohawk Valley. They lead 9-7 back after this.
Little Falls, New York combines the charms of a small town with the conveniences of a much larger city. Of course, you'd expect to find welcoming people, beautiful scenery, family-friendly activities, and plenty to do outdoors, but you might be surprised to find that Little Falls, New York also has an espresso bar, gem shop, art center, French restaurant, antique centers, local hospital, and extensive civic services and amenities. Not to mention homes both beautiful and affordable, nestled in a dramatic natural setting amongst steep hills that descend to the Mohawk River and Erie Canal. Little Falls, New York. It's a great place to spend a few days or a lifetime.
University, Jack McWilliams.
And we are back. Jack McWilliams will lead things off here for the Blue Sox. So McWilliams walked in his last at bat. And there's a swing and a miss for strike one. So top of the fourth, 9-7 Dogs ahead. Jack McWilliams is the batter. And here's the windup and the pitch. There's strike two, the count 0-2. So welcome Jeff and Sherry to the broadcast. Thanks for joining us and tuning in. Glad to have you. Not sure if my daughter's out there listening, but if she is, hello to Angelina and John. 1-2 the count. And McWilliams, the bottom of the order. Then we go back to the top for the Blue Sox with Flashner and Francella. 1-2. And that one misses in the count now, 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's a 2-2. And that one misses for ball 3. The count now 3-2. Here's the 3-2 pitch now from Gillis. Outside, ball 4. And McWilliams will take a walk.
Now batting for Utica, second baseman number 5 from the College of Staten Island, Michael Flashner.
So Michael Flashner, now the batter. Here's Flashner with nobody out. And a runner on first base, ready to face Nolan Gillis. And back to first base they go, and getting back quickly is the runner. So the Oneonta Outlaws leading Boonville 5-0. That one's in the top of the third. And Gillis again looks at the runner at first base before he gets ready to deliver the pitch here. Here it is. And runner starts to look like he was going to go. Santiago was ready to send it down there. So 1 ball, no strikes here to Michael Flashner. Called strike 1. The count now 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Flashner. Flashner has reached out an error and struck out. 1-1 the count. Here's the pitch. And swinging a foul tip. 1-2 the count. That one hitting the catcher in the mask just a bit. Looks like he's okay. So a ball and 2 strikes here to Flashner. One and 2. Gillis again looks over at the runner at first. Now delivers the pitch. Ball's hit up the middle, hits the pitcher just a tad. And the shortstop tried to grab it as he's running through. And that's a hit for Flashner. And that'll put runners on first and second.
Now batting for Utica, left fielder number 17. Third baseman number 32 from William & Mary, Kevin Francella.
So here's Kevin Francella. Francella is the third baseman here for the Dogs. Francella has walked and doubled here tonight. He's got runners on first and second. Nobody out here in the top of the 4th. Here's the pitch, shows bunt, pulls it back. And that is ball 1. So 1 ball, no strikes here to Francella. Again, Francella has walked and doubled here tonight. He's got runners on first and second, showing bunt the first time. First baseman on the infield grass. Here's the pitch, shows bunt again, pulls it back again, this time for a strike, and the count 1-1. So a ball and a strike here to Francella. 1-1 the count. 9-7 the score, Dogs ahead. Here's the 1-1 count. And a little bunt right in front of the catcher and pitcher. And the first baseman grabs it, not in time. So the first baseman came to grab it. The pitcher was there, the catcher was there. He grabbed it quickly, made the quick throw, but not in time.
Left fielder number 17 from Rutgers, Jack Sweeney.
So that will load the bases here for the Dogs. For the Blue Sox. Keep saying the wrong team. And with that, a trip out to the mound for Mohawk Valley. And we'll take a quick break and be back. And we are back. So conference on the mound is over. And the Dogs have a little bit of a problem on their hands here with bases loaded. And Jack Sweeney at the plate here for the Blue Sox. Last time around, if you might remember, Sweeney went yard for a grand slam. And he may have just done that again. Nope, foul ball. Oh, dropping fair, sorry. And so that was close, right on the line. And I think he might have thought it was foul, too, because he got the second base. But that was a shot, a chance for him to do it all over again. He had bases loaded, almost on another grand slam. He just straightened it out just a tad. So a double for Sweeney brings up Anthony Peritano, who has singled and grounded out. So the Blue Sox bats remaining hot thus far every inning. If you look at the line, 2, 4, 1, 3, total of 10 runs, 8 hits. They're playing ball right now, this Utica team. So they've taken the lead back now, 10-9. And there's a pitch, nice pitch by Gillis in the inside corner, called a strike, painted the inside corner perfectly. And they count 0-1 to Peritano. Peritano, the shortstop, wearing number 2. Timeout is called. And not sure what that sign was. Looked like the umpire took his mask off, called timeout, and made a wiping of his face motion. Not sure what that means. 0-1. Here's the pitch. And called strike 2, outside corner this time. So going inside the first time was Gillis. Second time going outside corner. And just like that, up in the count 0-2. Let's see what the third pitch brings here from Gillis with Paratano at the plate with a runner on second base and a 10-9 lead. Back and forth we go in this game. I told you, folks, it was going to be a battle. And so far, we're not wrong here. That one's in the dirt for ball one. These two teams have a big rivalry, just being right down the road from each other, right down Route 5. You take Route 5 all the way down to Utica, you're there. So both these teams have the same kind of names, right? Utica, Mohawk Valley, those names are synonymous with each other. There's ball two, 2 balls and 2 strikes. So they play hard every time they play baseball on the field. At the end of the game, they shake hands and they go off, and a lot of these kids sometimes play in the same schools, play at competing schools, so they know each other. So it's a good rivalry on the field. That one's popped foul, and the count remains 2-2. And a raucous crowd here hitting the Blue Sox dugout. They like to have fun in their dugout, which, again, this is a game, right? You got to have fun. I always say it's a kid's game, right? Let's keep it that way. And the kids they're having fun, right? 2-2. You get to the major league, sometimes it's too much about money. 2-2. And that one, again, is fouled off. Same place. And into the courts here. And that kid a ball fell out of the sky for him. Look at that. It's like Christmas. He just kind of playing basketball, dribbling a ball, and all of a sudden the baseball falls out of the sky. It's like a little kid's dream, dude. It's like being in Wonka land. You got candy everywhere. If you're a baseball fan, you got baseballs flying at you. And there's called strike 3. He goes down. Those Paratano. So called strike 3. He goes down looking. And so here's Connor Jones for the Blue Sox. So Jones has struck out looking and singled here tonight. He is the center fielder, wearing a nice bright white hat and a white sleeve. And that one's fallen off. Not gonna lie, looks good with the colors he's got going on. He's got a little white helmet, white sleeve, mixing with the black jersey. A lot of colors. 0-1 the count, with 1 out. Here's the windup and the pitch. And that one is popped up. And here is the second baseman, makes the grab to end for out number 2. I'm sorry, I thought I was going to say end the inning, but that was out number 2 is the pop up to second base for Connor Jones. Picks up out number 2. So R.J. Tomei now, the batter. So I'm just reading some of the chats here. Kyle asks, saying, I hope we can come back. Let's go, Dogs. A little encouragement from a Dogs fan. And down 10-9. I'm sure the Dogs will continue to battle here. But as you can see, these Blue Sox are not going to go away either. So it should be a fun 9 innings of baseball as both teams battle here. And again, they're both in the midst of a playoff race. Blue Sox has the 3rd spot, and that one is hit to left field. It's going to drop in front of the left fielder. A run will score, so another run here for the Blue Sox. They go up ahead 11-9 after the single from R.J. Tomei. So Ethan Madison, now the batter. Here's Madison, pitch. Misses for ball 1. A 1 ball, no strikes. 2 outs. Runner on first base here for the Blue Sox. And down the middle, called strike 1 on the count, even at 1-1 here to Madison. So 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Top of the fourth here, 11-9. Blue Sox have jumped up ahead. That one misses for ball 2, and the count now 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike to Ethan Madison. Madison struck out in his last at-bat. 2-1 pitch. Called strike 2. And 2's across the board. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Chris Ezell's favorite as he rubs the side of the cap here. Little superstitions going on. 2-2. Let's see if Nolan Gillis can get him here with a 2-2 count. Here's the pitch. Down low, 4 ball on the count now, full at 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs. To Ethan Madison. Nolan Gillis, the pitcher on the mound for Mohawk Valley. He's got a runner on first base. Down 11-9 now are the Dogs. Here's the pitch. And that ball hit to the shortstop. Grabs it, throws across the diamond, takes the bounce, gets away from the first baseman. And he is safe at first after the overthrow. And a hit on the play. That's how it was scored here in the books. So Ethan Madison with a hit, a single. So Robbie Carvelli, now the batter. Carvelli popped it out in his first at bat. Also struck out here tonight. Now runners on the corners for the Blue Sox, looking to add more. They got 4 already in this inning. Here's the pitch. And that one finds its way in for strike 1. A lot of movement on that pitch from Gillis. So no balls and 1 strike, 2 outs. 0-1 the pitch. Runner takes off. Here's the throw. And safe at second. The runner stayed put at third, surprisingly. A lot of times there is no throw when there's a runner at third base because you throw that ball to second, and the runner takes off from third and scores. But Santiago did a good job at giving him a glance. He stayed put, and now runners on second and third, both in scoring position with a 1-1 count. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and that one misses down low, and the count now 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike to Carvelli. Oneonta has jumped out ahead 7-0 over Boonville. So that is a big game as we are watching that closely. The Dogs got to win this one to stay a half game up in the playoff race in that final spot, hanging on to that 4th spot. If that goes the way the scores are right now, Oneonta will jump ahead. And that ball hit into right field for a base hit. 1 run will score. And the lead extended now to 12-9. So Carvelli with the single. And the score now 12-9 as Caleb Miller comes to the plate. So Caleb Miller now the batter with runners on the corners, 2 outs. And that ball is hit hard to left center field at the wall. And it bounces off the Americu sign. And a stand-up double for Caleb Miller. Here's the play at the plate. Safe as he slides in. And the run was in late, or the throw came in late. So a double by Caleb Miller. Scores 2 more runs here. And 14-9 the score. So the Blue Sox tacking it on here.
Now batting designated hitter number 34 from Columbia University, Jack McWilliams.
So Jack McWilliams, now the batter. And Santiago's going to run out to talk to his pitcher. Pitcher looks a little upset. And Santiago trying to calm him down a bit as they're talking about frustrations obviously going on. And here comes Santiago. So runner on second base, Caleb Miller. We get the signs from the umpire telling us how many times they have to go back out to the mound. So with 2 outs, Miller is on second base. And Jack McWilliams at the plate. 0-1 now the count to McWilliams. He has walked twice, has McWilliams. So 2 outs. The inning keeps continuing here for the Blue Sox. They've added 7 in this inning. They've scored every inning thus far. And that one is hit past the third baseman. And here comes the runner. It gets past the left fielder as sloppy play continues here for the DiamondDawgs. So a run scores off the McWilliams single as the ball was bobbled in left field.
Second baseman number 5 from the College of Staten Island, Michael Flashner.
So Michael Flashner now the batter. And here comes Coach Luby out, and he's going to go to the bullpen, as that'll be it for Nolan Gillis. So we'll take a break and let you know who the new pitcher is after this.
Some people might think that the tire shop in Canajoharie only does tires. Nah, that's only their name. The tire shop does so much more. Oil changes, custom wheels, interstate batteries, computer wheel balancing, tire repair service and recapping, auto accessories, tire chains, airbags, bail and net wrap, and much more. And when it comes to tires, the tire shop in Canajoharie also does so much more. Lawn and garden tires, off the road, backhoe, loader tires, log skidder, agricultural, ATV and UTV tires, and on the farm tire services. The tire shop is a multi-line new tire dealer. That means they're quite a choice for top brand name tires for your car, truck, SUV, semi-tractor, and trailer, all at great prices. They're also a Goodyear national accounts and state contract pricing location. Financing available too. Find more information and a list of services at thetireshop.biz. Thetireshop.biz. Open Monday through Saturday, 8 to 6. Yes, Saturday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. The Tire Shop, 155 Erie Boulevard in Canajoharie.
And we are back. We have a new pitcher on the mound for Mohawk Valley. That is Matt Couric. So Matt Couric now pitching for the Mohawk Valley DiamondDawgs. So Michael Flashner, now the batter, as Matt Couric is the pitcher. So welcome a few new fans to the broadcast. Let you know who those are in a minute. Runner on first base here for the Blue Sox with 2 outs. And here's the pitch from Couric, outside ball 1. So welcome Lynn Fry and also Connie Gillis. And Connie just missed out on Nolan pitching. I'm sure you're related somehow. Hopefully you caught him, and maybe I just didn't see you on earlier. That one misses for ball 2, and they count now 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes here to Flashner. Flashner reached on an E6, also struck out and singled here tonight. 15-9 the score. Blue Sox ahead with 2 outs here in the top of the 4th. Sox have put up 8 runs in this inning. Lots of scoring in this game. More like a football score than a baseball score. 15-9. And that one misses for ball 3 in the count now, 3-1. So 3 balls and a strike. Matt Kirk, the new pitcher on the mound here for the Dogs. He's facing Michael Flashner. 3-1 pitch now coming to Flashner with 2 outs. And that is ball 4. And Flashner will take his base to put runners on first and second here for the Blue Sox.
And Utica, third baseman number 32 from William & Mary, Kevin Francella.
So Kevin Francella, the batter here for the Blue Sox. He has walked, doubled, and singled here tonight. He's got runners on first and second and 2 outs. 15-9 lead for the Blue Sox. Here's the pitch. And that one is fouled off on the first base line by Francella. And they count 0-1. So with 2 outs, Francella at the plate, a dangerous Jack Sweeney on deck. Sweeney with a grand slam tonight and a double. Also popped out. 0-1 pitch now from Keurig on its way. And that one a big sweeper. And I thought he called it a strike, but I guess not. Because it can't be because it's 0-2. Right? Or was that a strike? I don't know. 0-2 the count, I believe. And Ezel must have put the strikeout call before I looked up. I thought it was 0-2. I thought that was the 3rd strike. My apologies. 0-2. That one's popped foul. No balls and 2 strikes, 2 outs, runner on first and second here for the Blue Sox. Here's the pitch. Inside and low for ball 1. And the count 1-2 now to Francella. One and 2 the count. 2 outs. Runners on first and second. The pitch. Swing and a miss. And that'll do it for strike 3. But not before another big inning for the Blue Sox. They put up 8 runs and they lead 15-9 back after this.
If you're looking for some shopping and dining, head on over to Canal Place, where you will find quaint shops, galleries, restaurants, and inns situated in the old mill buildings and storefronts along the waterfront of Canal Place. They've become known as the happening place for the arts in the Mohawk Valley. Not so long ago, many of these buildings were working mills serving the garment industry. Even today, after conversion to service retail space, many of these rugged but lovely structures speak to our great regional manufacturing heritage. If you're looking for fine arts, entertainment, or antiques, you simply must pay a visit to Canal Place.
And we are back here, and the DiamondDawgs will bring up Connor Scanlon to the plate as they find themselves once again down as the Blue Sox put up a huge inning. And so bottom 4, 15-9, Blue Sox are ahead. And so it'll be Connor Scanlon, Brody Frecker, and Jake Dolan all up here in this inning for the Dogs. So let's see what the Dogs can do, as this has been a back and forth game, so expect nothing less than the Dogs to put up an inning for themselves too. First pitch to Scanlon is a strike. The count 0-1. 0-1 count. Here's Pasanelli with pitch number 2 to Scanlon. And there's a swing and a miss on a nice curveball by Pasanelli. And the count now 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. And that one hit hard. And it is fair, just fair. And Scanlon's going to head to second base for a stand-up double to start off the bottom of the 4th inning.
Now batting for your Dogs, left fielder number 19 from George Washington University, Brody Breaker.
So Brody Frecker now the batter for the Dogs. He has walked and grounded out, has Frecker tonight. At the rate we're going with the runs here tonight, this might not be a football game score. It might be more like an NBA score. Here's the pitch. And down low for ball 1. So both teams really hitting the ball well. The pitching has been the problem for both sides. 1-0. And let's not forget the errors for the Dogs. 4 on the board. And there is ball 2. So 2 balls and no strikes here to Frecker. Dolan on deck. Nobody out. Bottom 4, 15-9. Blue Sox ahead. Here's the 2-0 pitch now. Runner on second base. Pretty good size lead. That one's down low for ball 3. The count now 3-0. That runner Connor Scanlon. So Frecker now with a 3-0 count. Here's the windup and the pitch. And in the dirt for ball 4. So first 2 batters seen here in the bottom of the 4th by Pasanelli, both walks.
Center fielder number 35 from Seton Hall, Jake Dolan.
So Jake Dolan now the batter. And we await the pitch here to Dolan, taking a while here. Finally, Pasanelli is ready to go. And he'll deliver. And he puts it in the dirt for ball 1. And they count 1-0 with runners on first and second here for the Dogs. One ball and no strikes. Here's the 1-0. High and inside for ball 2. And the count now is 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. To Dolan, who has struck out and singled here tonight. He's got runners on first and second. As the Dogs need runs here down 15-9. There's the windup and the pitch by Pasanelli. Called a strike 1. And they count now 2-1. Aiden Streeter on deck. Streeter hit a grand slam in his at-bat. His last at-bat, I should say. His first one he walked. 2-1. Here's Pasanelli with a pitch. And that is popped up high to center field. Center fielder backing up, makes the grab. Runners will tag up. And the runner will head to third. And the runner's now on first and third for the Dogs after the sac fly from Dolan.
Now batting for your Dogs, third baseman number 29 from American International University, Aiden Streeter.
So Aiden Streeter will hit the grand slam earlier at the plate now for the Dogs. So Streeter with the runners on the corners here. And one out. Passanelli looks at the runner at first base. He sets, kicks that front leg and delivers. Puts it right down the center of the plate, called strike one. No balls and one strike. Pitcher perfect day here at Vets Memorial Park in Little Falls. And I say it all the time, folks, if you're a baseball fan, you love ballparks, this is one you got to check off your list, as it is a hidden gem. There's ball one, the count 1-1. Absolutely gorgeous ballpark, nestled in Little Falls, the valley here, trees all around us. It's really the perfect setting for baseball. And it's in a little community where there's houses around. It's pretty awesome. 1-1. And that is ball two. Little Falls Mets used to play here before. And a lot of Mets players on that 86 team came through here. Pretty cool. They go back to first base. Howard Johnson, one of them. Trying to think of some other names that not coming to my head right now. Strawberry, Wally Backman. Yep, Howard Johnson. Yep, the Moneyball GM. And there is a strike, the count 2-2. And Bud Harrelson, the manager. How can we forget Bud Harrelson? He came down, as have some of the other guys, did signings here and met with fans. And he was a fan favorite. He was excellent. 2 balls and 2 strikes with 1 out. Here's the pitch. That one slides away for ball 3. The count now 3-2. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. Three and 2 here to Streeter with 1 out. Runners on the corners here for the Dogs. Here's the pitch. And that is fouled off down the first base line, and the count 3-2 now. So as you may or may not have noticed, I'm not sure if you can tell from the feed here because it's a little farther back, but a lot of the players have names on the back of their jerseys, but not the names you think, folks. That is not the name of their name, not their last name. And that one is down low for ball 4. So he will take his base, Will Streeter, and that will load the bases. Another big opportunity here for the Dogs with Wesley Alfonso coming to the plate. So Wesley Alfonso now the batter for the Dogs with bases loaded, 1 out. And as I was saying, the players have names on the back of their jerseys, but not their names. They actually have the names of various farms in the area. And that was done intentionally, as the owner of Nellis Farms thought about the idea and said, you know what, let's bring attention to some of these farms in the area by putting the names on the back of the jerseys. And so that's what's happened. Some of these farms have sponsored the names, and all the players have various names of the different farms on their back of their jerseys. The Nellis Dairy Farm, I'm sure, is one of them. Dygert Farm is another one. And if anybody knows the other names, tell me and I'll read them, because I don't remember all of them. But as we see them, we'll call them out. 1-0. Make sure you support your local farms, because we need farms. We need food. They grow the food. We eat the food. See what I'm saying? They grow it. We eat it. We need it. You know what I'm saying? And some folks, they grow all kinds of food, whether it's dairy farms with the cows, milk, chocolate milk, my favorite. And yes, folks, the chocolate milk comes from the black cows. Of course it does. The brown cows, I should say. I always told my kids that. I think they still believe it. 2-1. And the strawberry milk comes from the red cows. They're rare. That's why strawberry milk is so good, because they're a rare red cow. And we get off tangent again, like usual, with some stupid comments that we make, right? That's fun. One of the things I did learn from one of the farmers, though, it's true, is the Angus cows are the ones that look different. So if you're just riding around, right, and you see the spotted white and black cows, those are dairy cows. And the ones that don't have spots, I think they're just black, those are the Angus beef cows. So those are like the good ones, I'm saying, you know, like, I mean, it depends. If you like meat, those are the good ones. The other ones are dairy cows, so they produce your milk and your cheeses. So if you like that stuff, you cheer for those cows. 3-1. And that ball is a rocket to left field, and that's going to drop in front of the left fielder. And it's going to score 1 run here for the Dogs with bases loaded. So 1 run at a time. That's how it's done. As Wesley Alfonso picks up the single, and Ryan Payne will come to the plate.
Shortstop number 27 for Fairfield University, Ryan Payne.
So here's Ryan Payne. So Ryan Payne and now the runner with a 15-10 score for the Dogs. We'll cut it to 5 here in the bottom of the 4th. Again, bases still loaded for the Dogs, just 1 out. Still a big opportunity here for the Dogs to score. And the pitch to Payne, called strike 1 down the middle, and they count 0-1. No balls and 1 strike. Back and forth we go on the scoreboard. The Blue Sox score a couple, the Dogs score a couple. It goes back and forth right now, 15-10. The Dogs have bases loaded. That one's down low for ball 1. That evens things up at 1-1 now. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Dogs everywhere on every single base. It's like watching the movie 101 Dalmatians. Dogs everywhere. That one misses for ball 2. Our Dogs are not spotted. But regardless, we love all dogs. 2-1. Sometimes we have bring your dog to the ballpark day. I think actually you could bring your dog any day. I don't think they're not gonna kick him out. If they do, just tell him Pete said he can bring your dog. I'll pay for the cost of the ticket. 2-1. There's a swing and a miss. 2-2. I mean, as long as your dog is friendly, not like, terrorizing the fans, chewing up the bases, we're fine with it. 2-2, 1 out. So bases loaded here for Payne. Here's a 2-2 pitch. In the dirt. Ball 3, full count now. 3 balls and 2 strikes. A full count here to Ryan Payne with Jaden Santiago on deck. And there's called strike 3 to Payne. Big strikeout call as he strikes out looking the second time tonight. Does Payne. And Jaden Santiago now will come to the plate with bases loaded. So now it's up to Santiago from Columbia University to keep this inning moving along for the DiamondDawgs. He's got bases loaded, 2 outs, and he's facing the pitcher, Nicholas Pozzanelli, who's eager to get out of this inning. So with 2 outs, here is Santiago. Big at bat for him here. Pozzanelli winds and delivers. Down low, ball 1. So 1 ball, no strikes. So if you're listening out there in Spain, which I'm sure you are because, your team just won the World Cup, so you're probably listening to the baseball game out in Little Falls, New York. Thanks for tuning in, first of all. And congratulations for winning the World Cup. I'm glad you joined us after the celebration. 1-1 count. In all honesty, if any of our fans out there are World Cup fans, let me know your team. Let me know how your team did. Let me know maybe Spain is your team. I'm an Italian, so I'm a fan of the Italian blue, right? But they have not done well, not qualified for the World Cup. How does Italy not qualify for the World Cup? How does Italy not qualify for the World Cup? That one misses. 2 balls and 1 strike. When I look at some of the teams that have qualified, congratulations to them. The stories have been awesome to see some of these little teams or little countries qualify. But then I say to myself, okay, that's great, but how does a powerhouse like Italy, I don't understand it. I just don't. 2-1. I know the problem for Italy is they play a lot of defense, but they gotta get better. That one's popped up, and the catch is made out in left field. So they leave all the bases stranded for the Dogs. A score of 15-10. We head to the top of the 5th.
Hey fans, tell the world you are here at Veterans Memorial Park watching your Mohawk Valley DiamondDawgs. Share your experiences, connect with other fans, and gain behind-the-scenes access to your favorite team. For more information, visit mvdiamonddogs.com or like us on Facebook or follow us on Instagram and Twitter.
For Utica, left fielder number 17 for Rutgers, Jack Sweeney.
And we are back. Jack Sweeney now the batter here for Utica. And the top of the 5th inning, 15-10 is the score. And on the mound for Mohawk Valley is Matt Curick. So we're talking soccer, we're talking hockey up here in the booth, a little bit of everything. We are all around here. And first pitch called a strike. Got some new listeners tuning in, so I'm going to give those guys a shout out. Well, let's see here. Maria Tabor giving a shout out to Aiden Streeter. Yes. Awesome for him with that big grand slam. So congratulations to Aiden Streeter from American International University. Not sure if Maria is related, but let us know if you are Maria. We'll tell you, we'll give you more shout outs. They're free. I mean, well, I bill you later for the shout outs. I haven't told you that yet, but we'll say they're free now. No, I'm just kidding. They're free. And we got a couple others. Kyle and Sherry still on. Well, thank you for staying tuned in. And the count 1-2. We were just talking about the newest hockey team in the area. It's in Rome. As the Copper City Chiefs will begin play in November. And that is a ball hit to right field. And he's going to go and stretch it to a double. So a good hustle there to pick up the double as that ball dropped in right field. So Jack Sweeney, the second double for him tonight, as he's having himself a game, 2 doubles, a 2-run home run, and a pop-out. So here's Anthony Peritano, and we were talking a little bit about RIT. That's the school that our intern here has gone to. And she is like super smart. I mean, I'm going to put it out there. I was bragging a couple of weeks ago about our players. We have one player from Brown University who is like a neuroscience major, he wants to become a neurosurgeon. Another guy who's from Columbia, he's in some kind of other medical field. And then Ella here, our intern, I find out today, she graduated. Congratulations, Ella, by the way. And neuroscience, like, dude, smartness all around us up here. It's insane. So, like, if I, like, drop dead, she can, like, do neurosurgery on me or something. Ella said she's not going to become a neurosurgeon. She wants to do research. But still, if I just drop right now, she could, like, cut me open and do research right here right in the booth. I mean, I'll sign a waiver. Just make sure you go downstairs before you do anything, Ella, and get me some alcoholic beverages first. Make sure use that as anesthesia. Then do whatever you need to do. I mean, I don't really care. As long as it doesn't hurt. We don't have sharp objects up here, though. We try to keep those away from us. So we're going to put this right out there. If you got a job for her, call me up right now. Boom. Done. So you're looking for a neuroscience major to do neuroscience things? I mean, I guess that's how you advertise it, right? No, she's interested in doing research, which is awesome. That's good stuff. So we're trying to keep her up here in the booth as long as we can, but we know eventually she's going to have to part ways, unless she does something in the area that she could do this part-time. She does a good job keeping us on the air. Sometimes I'm sure she wishes she has a mute button. And 2-2 the count. We have another intern that has come up here tonight. Hello to our other intern. Forgot your name.
Hi.
Jenna?
Jess.
Jess. How can I forget? Same name as my wife. Jess is a new intern here. We welcome her up in the booth. And now she's going back to work.
Yeah, that's what he said.
And that one's fouled off, and the count now 3-2. So I'm all about giving shout-outs, fans. So like I said before, I think I've said this before, if you're interested in a shout-out for a birthday, you're interested in a shout-out for an anniversary, you want to propose, I mean, I do it all here. Just shoot me a message. No charge. Isn't that great? I mean, if you even want to come up here and propose on the air, right? We can do it. We can make that happen. You can come on the air. You can be a guest play-by-play guy for an inning, and you can tell your fiance that you were asked to do some broadcasting work, and then while you're up here, you can say to your fiance, "Yeah, you should listen to it. See how I sound." And then all of a sudden, boom, drop the question, just like that. Hopefully, the answer is yes. If not, we'll just carry on. We'll make something up. There's a foul ball, and if I know a lot of people are probably like still on the edge of their seats waiting. If you were listening the other night, I did propose to Smurfette. And if everybody, Ezzo was just shaking his head now. He's like, come on, dude. Like, really? But I have to update my fans, Ezzo. They're listening. The millions of fans are listening out there right now that heard it are wondering, did she say yes? Did she say no? She's on tour right now, so I haven't heard from her yet. And there's a walk to Paratano.
Now batting for Utica, center fielder #1 from George Washington University, Connor Jones.
So Connor Jones, the center fielder. So now everybody knows the status of that. We'll keep you updated throughout the year. We only have a week left, so if she doesn't come off of tour by the end of the time we're on the air, I might not be able to let you know what her answer is. I'm sure it's yes. Maybe you have to wait till next year. And there's a throw to second base. They get the runner out. So a strike called to Jones. Also, they get the runner running to second base out. So that is out #1. So Connor Jones with an 0-1 count now. And nobody, actually a runner on third. Sorry. That's what happens when you talk about Smurfette and all these other weird characters. You forget about baseball. 0-1. Here's the pitch. And that one is popped high into foul territory, and that's going to be out of play. That takes a bounce off the roof here. And the count now 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes here to Connor Jones with RJ Tomei on deck. Update from Oneonta and Boonville, 8-1 Oneonta. Well, Boonville trying to make that comeback, as they've had a tough season for them. They've struggled this year out there in the North Country. Yeah, let's just say they struggled. We're not going to say how many games they've lost. They've had a rough go in July and June and May. But sometimes, that happens. Sometimes some teams just don't, there's a variety of reasons. Teams just don't gel together. It's hard. These guys come in May and they get thrown together. They have to get things kind of going in June. Sometimes it doesn't happen. Injuries, there's a lot of reasons. I mean, these kids come out to play ball, and they play hard, and that's all we can ask. So 1 and 2, there's ball 2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. You have to remember, guys, these kids are playing baseball right before they come and play here, wherever they come play. They finish their seasons right in June, and then they come out and they join their teams, and they're thrown together. These guys don't play together. They don't have time to practice beforehand. They come here, usually get a couple days of practice in, usually 2 days if they're lucky. And then the season starts, and they get, an off day here or there. And they go all of end of May, June, July. It's tough. So there's a strikeout for out number 2. And RJ Tomei, now the batter, he was hit by a pitch, doubled, and singled here tonight. So runner on third here for Utica. 15-10 is the score. Top of the 5th inning. 2 outs. Here's the pitch. That ball hit sharply to center field. Center fielder is there to make the grab, and that'll do it for the inning. So no run score. 15-10 the score remains. Blue Sox ahead.
Visit the Daily Post and stay connected with the latest news, information, and events in the Mohawk Valley. Our mission is to generate interest in the area and connect residents in a more meaningful way by facilitating deeper conversations about how these stories will shape the future of the Mohawk Valley. Join thousands of weekly visitors who stay up to date with feature stories, interviews, videos, our event calendar, and print publication, the Mohawk Valley Express. It's about timely local news for the community, keeping citizens informed about important issues, telling about the people who live and work here, and giving locally owned businesses the opportunity to reach a very targeted audience of locals' interest alike. It's a whole new form of media-rich content developed specifically for today's mobile lifestyle and listeners. You can download our iOS app in the iTunes Store, listen to our podcast, or sign up for our weekly email newsletter. Stop by today at thedailypost.digital. You'll be glad you did.
DiamondDawgs right fielder number 4 from Fairfield University, Jake Hardy.
So Jake Hardy will lead things off here for Mohawk Valley in the bottom of the 5th. They are down 15-10. A new pitcher on the mound for Utica is Trevor Bailey. So Trevor Bailey now pitching for Utica. So it'll be Jake Hardy Kyle Coleman and Connor Scanlon all due up here. And watching the other game closely between Oneonta and Boonville. And Oneonta a 9-1 lead over Boonville. So even more pressure for the Dogs to win this one here. And that ball hit past the diving third baseman for a base hit to start things off here in the inning for Mohawk Valley. So Hardy singles.
Second baseman, number 25 from Belmont University, Kyle Coleman.
So Kyle Coleman now the batter. Coleman has grounded out and singled twice tonight. Hardy having himself a game tonight. He has doubled, walked, and picked up 2 singles. So here's Kyle Coleman now. Runner on first base here for the Dogs. Bottom 5, down 15-10, no outs. Trevor Bailey, the pitcher for Utica, right-handed pitcher. Here's the pitch. Rudder takes off. Here's the throw. And got him. So out at second base is the runner, Jake Hardy. So 1 out now, and a 1-0 count to Kyle Coleman. So the Dogs being aggressive on the base path, trying to get runners in scoring position here, down 5. So Kyle Coleman now with a 1-0 count. Nobody on now after the out. Bailey sets. Bailey tall, lanky, and long. Here's the pitch. Ball hit on the ground past the second baseman. And that's a hit for Coleman. That's his 3rd hit of the evening. And a runner on first base here for the Dogs. So Connor Scanlon now the batter for the Dogs. He is the DH tonight. He walked in his last at bat, also singled and struck out. So Scanlon will step into the batter's box to face Trevor Bailey for the first time with 1 out. Runner on first here in the bottom half of the 5th. 15-10, Dogs are trailing. Here is Bailey now with the windup and the pitch. Outside, gets past the catcher, and the runner, Coleman's going to scamper over second base easily. So if you look at the scoreboard, stock full of numbers. Numbers everywhere. The line for Utica going across 2, 4, 1, 8, 0. 15 runs, 14 hits, 0 errors. Give you the numbers for Mohawk Valley in a second. 1-0 count. Here's the windup and the pitch as he looks at the runner at second. And that's fouled off. So for Mohawk Valley, the line across 0-9-0-1. We don't know yet here at the bottom of the 5th. 10 runs, 13 hits, and 4 costly errors. So the Dogs looking to overcome some challenges throughout this game. They have bounced back multiple times already in this game. 1-1 count to Scanlon. Here's the windup and the pitch. Outside, ball 2. And the count now is 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike, 1 out. Bailey looks in. He's got a runner on second. Takes a look at that runner. And here's the pitch. That ball's popped up to right center field. Center fielder moves over, makes the grab. Runner will tag up at second, head to third, and he is safe at third base. So with 2 outs now, Brody Frecker will come to the plate. So Brody Frecker has walked twice, grounded out. And he is the left fielder for the Dogs. He's got to keep things moving here in the bottom half of the 5th inning with a runner in scoring position at third. Dogs will love to bring that runner home and cut into that 5-run lead here that the Blue Sox have put together. So Frecker at the plate, awaiting the pitch from Trevor Bailey. Bailey sets and winds and delivers. Down the middle, swing and a miss for strike 1 to Frecker. So no balls and a strike with 2 outs. Again, runner on third base. That is Kyle Coleman. 0-1 the count. Here's the windup and the pitch. And that one drops down low for a ball. And the count 1-1. So 2 outs here for the Dogs in the bottom of the 5th. They've got a runner in scoring position at third base. 1-1 count. Frecker at the plate for the Dogs. Here's the pitch. Outside, gets away from the catcher. Here comes Coleman, and he will score easily. And they cut the lead to 4 now. So 15-11 now the score. Again, errors, sloppy play, all around causing troubles for both teams. So Brody Frecker now at the plate with a 2-1 count, nobody on. And a 4-run lead now for the Blue Sox. Lots of baseball left to be played here. So 1 run at a time is all it takes for Utica and Mohawk Valley to go back and forth here on this score. That one misses, and the count now 3-1. So 3 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Here's Trevor Bailey with the pitch. Puts it high, ball 4, and Frecker will take his base and walk for the 3rd time this evening. So Jake Dolan, now the batter for Mohawk Valley. So Jake Dolan now will step into the batter's box for Mohawk Valley with a runner on first and still 2 outs. Here's Bailey now with the pitch. And that one takes a bounce in the dirt, gets away from the catcher, and that's going to put Frecker at second base. And so here we go. Bailey is ready to go. Dolan is ready at the plate. And Frecker is on second base. 1-0 the count. Here it is. And that's high for ball 2. And the count jumps now to 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes. Bright blue skies here in Vets Memorial Park in Little Falls. You're listening to Perfect Game Collegiate League Baseball between the Mohawk Valley DiamondDawgs and the Utica Blue Sox. Another one in the dirt, stopped by the catcher. And the count now 3-0. So Trevor Bailey struggling right now to find the strike zone. Putting some balls in the dirt. Making his catcher, Caleb Miller, do some work. 3-0 count with 2 outs. Here's the windup now in the pitch from Bailey. And taking all the way was Dolan for called strike 1, and the count now 3-1. 3-1 count. Bailey looking to get back into this thing here. Let's see if he walks him here or continues and fills this count with a 3-2 count. And that's fouled off by Dolan, and the count now 3-2. Three balls and 2 strikes. Got a couple of comedians here in the crowd. I think they're coming from the dugout of the Utica Blue Sox. Again, they just have fun out there, right? Sounds like a bunch of hyenas. That's a good word, hyenas. I like that. The Utica Hyenas. And that one's hit to the shortstop, ends the inning, and it's Hyenas 15, Dogs 11.
We know pools. Garrity Pools and Spa are the experts in building and creating backyard memories for thousands of families. Garrity takes pride in offering only the highest quality in-ground Pacific pool and radiant above-ground pools that are built for upstate New York weather. Garrity offers only the best with BioGuard chemicals to keep your pool sparkling clean. Visit the professionals at Garrity Pools and Spa, 234 South Caroline Street, Herkimer, or GarrityPools.com.
sixth for Utica. Extra hitter number 15 from Tribeca Nazarene University, Ethan Madison.
And we are back. New pitcher on the mound for Mohawk Valley is Colin Skirmont. So Colin Skirmont now pitching for the Dogs. Skirmont, a left-handed pitcher, and he's going to face the righty here in Ethan Madison. It'll be Ethan Madison, Robbie Carvelli, and Caleb Miller all due up here in the top of the sixth with the Blue Sox leading 15-11. Here's the pitch by Skirmont, and called strike outside corner, 0-1. Well, no balls and 1 strike. There's the windup and the pitch. Inside, misses for ball 1. The count 1-1 from Skirmont. So Madison singled in his last at bat here. Facing a different pitcher, obviously, in Skirmont. And that one misses down low. The count now 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike to Ethan Madison. 2 balls and a strike. Here's the windup now on the pitch from Skirmont. Outside ball 3. So fans, if you're looking to see Mohawk Valley in action here, next time they'll be here is Thursday night. Boonville coming to town. Again, huge game by the time we get to Thursday. We will know a lot more about that playoff pitcher as games in between. We'll see how things end up between now and Thursday. We could be talking about a big lead for Mohawk Valley in the playoff race. We can be talking about them dropping down in the playoff race. We can be talking about a tie. So all kinds of possibilities as we keep a close eye on the games this coming week. Make sure you check out our Twitter feed, Facebook, our website, and keep in line what's going on with the Dogs during this playoff run. There's ball 4, so he'll take his base, Will Madison. And Robbie Carvelli now will come to the plate. So Robbie Carvelli singled in his last at bat, and he comes to the plate with a runner on first. Nobody on here in the top of the 6th. Here's Skirmont with the pitch. And that one gets away from Santiago, and that's going to put a runner on second base. Madison now at second base for the Blue Sox. A 1 ball and no strikes. Here's the 1-0 pitch. And there's a strike in the count, 1-1. So 1 ball and a 1 strike here to Robbie Carvelli with a runner on second base. Nobody out, top 6. There's the windup and the pitch. And there's a called strike 2. And that brings us to a 1-2 count. 4-run lead here for the Blue Sox. Top 6, 15-11 is the score. Carvelli at the plate, Skirmont on the mound for the Dogs. Here's the pitch. And that one misses. And the count 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Carvelli now awaits the pitch from Skirmont. Skirmont looks at the runner at second. Swing and a miss for strike 3. And he will strike out with Carvelli.
Now for Utica is the K-Man, catcher number 3 from Union College, Caleb Miller.
And Caleb Miller now the batter. And folks, I just dropped my pen, right? Like on the floor right behind me. I can't find it. Like, where did it go? Oh, I found it. It went way farther than I thought. That's why. It's like those little weird things that happen in life. You're like, where'd it go? So Caleb Miller now the batter. 0-1 count here to Miller. Miller doubled in his last at bat. 10-2 the score. Oneonta ahead on Boonville. Boonville trying to claw back, but Boonville keeps responding with a run here and there. 0-2 now the count to Miller with 1 out. Runner on second base here for the Blue Sox. Caleb Miller at the plate facing an 0-2 count. He's the K-man here tonight. 0-2. Here's the windup and the pitch by Skirmont. In the dirt, stopped by Santiago. One ball, 2 strikes. One and 2 now. Here's the windup and the pitch. Swing and a miss, and he will strike out.
Fans, you know what that means. $3 Coronas and $2 quarters until the end of the inning.
And so with the strikeout by Miller, fans get some discounts on their beverages. How about that?
From Columbia University, Jack McWilliams.
So here's Jack McWilliams now with 2 outs and a runner on second base. So McWilliams walked twice and singled here tonight as 2 outs. Dogs looking to try to get out of this inning without any scores, without any runs scoring. And there's a strike to start things off to McWilliams, the designated hitter. 0-1 with 2 outs. Here's the 0-1. And that is popped up. And the count 0-2. And that sounded like a bird who's squawking. And that's coming from the Utica Blue Sox dugout area. Making some bird sounds, it sounds like. Sounds like a bird in distress. Bird giving labor. 0-2. And that one misses for ball 1. The count 1-2. We were joking later about, sound like a hyena, but that's kind of a cool name. I'm not gonna lie. Like, if you know how all these teams change their names for a day or two and they sell more merch. I mean, the Utica Blue Hyenas. Come on, yo, let's go. I mean, we can do it for the DiamondDawgs, maybe like Mohawk Valley Hyenas. Doesn't sound right though. But the Blue Sox with the Hyenas, I like it. 1-2. So any sales that come from that, if you guys change over to that name, I want 10%, please. 1-2. We had 2 outs. Here's the pitch, and he fouls that one off. And the count 1-2 remains. So runner on second base. And we're getting a little thirsty up here in the booth. I think we're going to go down for a beverage hydration break after this inning. You know how the World Cup now does the hydration break? Well, we're going to do one in the booth. We're going to get some Gatorades and drinks and waters and all that good stuff to get us hydrated. And that's it. That'll do it for the inning. No run score. 15-11. Blue Sox still ahead. Back after this.
Mohawk Valley.
Wake up and smell the sizzle at your local Burger King. Burger King is open for breakfast 7 days a week. Your mornings deserve the royal treatment. So dive in to try our delicious breakfast sandwiches, savor our savory hash browns, and wash it all down with a hot or iced coffee. Whether it's Monday or Sunday, we've got your breakfast cravings covered. Swing by BK today to have it your way. You rule at participating U.S. restaurants during breakfast hours.
And we are back for the bottom of the 6th.
From American International University, Aiden Streeter.
And Aiden Streeter now the batter. And Streeter with a big home run early in the ball game for the Dogs. It was a grand salami from the deli down the road. And that one misses for ball. Actually, strike. I'm sorry. 0-1. So we're getting some beverages up here. We made the trip downstairs. We are fueled by Nirvana water. We are fueled by 7-Up. We are fueled by Gatorade. We're also fueled by other alcoholic beverages, but we can't drink up here in the booth because we're trying to bring you the best action, and, you know, that one would be good. That one's popped fair. You would think I'm not drinking 7-Up, right? Popped out to the right fielder for out number 1.
Wesley Alfonso.
So Streeter pops out. Here's Wesley Alfonso. So Alfonso now the batter for the Dogs. Here in the bottom of the 6th, down 15-11 are the Dogs. And here comes the pitch now from Trevor Bailey to Alfonso, the first baseman. And that is high for ball 1 to Alfonso. Alfonso singled in his last at bat. And the sun's starting to go down here, so you're starting to see some of the shading on the first base side. He starts on the first base side and makes his way to third base. There's a swing and a miss, and the count 1-1. And they just got the warning. We are approaching the 3-hour game time. 3-hour game. Doesn't feel like we've been here for 3 hours already, but man, we almost love being around each other. 2-1. I think it's because it's early still, and, you know, the sun's out, a little breeze going on. We're having a good time up here in the booth for the most part. So we're not sick of each other yet, but, you know, 3 hours. Give us another 5 minutes, we'll be at each other's throats. That one's popped out high, and it is at the wall, and it is gone. A home run by Wesley Alfonso. So Alfonso goes yard, the second home run of the evening for Mohawk Valley. And just like that, they cut into the lead, one more run at a time. So Alfonso with the shot, and was that a shot to center field? As that got out of here quickly. So Ryan Payne now the batter for the Dogs, as Wesley Alfonso took that 1 yard quickly. So that was a see you later, sayonara. And now the score 15-12. They cut the lead down to 3. And the pitch to Payne is a strike to start things off here to him, 0-1. So Payne, last 2 at-bats, he struck out looking. Singled in his first at-bat here tonight. So looking to get on the positive side of the scoreboard. And that one hits him, I think. And nope. And the count 1-1. So they say they did not hit him. And the count 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike here to Ryan Payne. And swing and a miss for strike 2, and the count now 1-2. So Ryan Payne joined the team late this year from Fairfield. And the count 1-2. Here's the pitch. And that is popped foul by Payne. The count remains 1-2 with 1 out. So Ryan Payne, the everyday shortstop for most of the time here now since he's joined the team. Once in a while there's a little bit of a change, but for the most part he is the starting shortstop, looks like. And that one misses for ball 2, and the count now 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Payne with a 1 out. Nobody on after the Alfonso home run. Wesley Alfonso took it yard. And that is left high by Payne. The count now 3-2. So with 3 balls and 2 strikes, let's see here who wins this battle. If it's Trevor Bailey or Ryan Payne. 3-2 count. The windup and the pitch on its way soon from Bailey. Here it is. And that's left high for ball 4. And Payne will take a trot down to first base.
Now batting catcher number 7 from Columbia University, Jaden Santiago.
So Jaden Santiago, now the batter for the Dogs, the catcher. Well, Santiago with an out. Has a runner on first base. Here is Bailey with the pitch. And that's fouled off in the count 0-1 to Santiago. So no balls and 1 strike. Here's the 0-1 pitch. And that one it misses for ball 1. The count 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. 1 out. Here's Bailey. And that one misses down low for ball 2 in the count now 2-1. So 2 balls and a strike here to Jaden Santiago. Bottom of the batting order for the Dogs. And then we go back to the top with Jake Hardy awaiting on deck. Just 1 out here for the Dogs with a runner on first. Santiago at the plate. There's the windup and pitch by Bailey. And that one misses for ball 3. And the count now jumps to 3-1 here to Santiago. So Jack Hardy up next for the Dogs on deck. 3-1. Here's the pitch. And there is a ball 4, so he'll take a walk as well. So 2 straight walks here from Bailey.
Dogs, right fielder number 4 from Fairfield University, Jake Hardy.
So Jake Hardy, I'm sorry, I said Jack by mistake again. So here's Jake Hardy, who's been having himself a game here tonight. He has doubled, walked, and picked up 2 singles. And here comes the entire infield and the pitching coach. And this might be it for Trevor Bailey. Let's see if this is just a discussion on the mound. And yep, they're going to go to the bullpen. So we're going to take a break and be back after this. And we are back. We have a new pitcher on the mound for the Blue Sox. That is Johnny Amato. So Johnny Amato now pitching for the Blue Sox. So runners on first and second here for the Dogs, with Jake Hardy at the plate. For Mohawk Valley down 15-12. And here's Hardy ready to face Amato. And Amato will wind and deliver. And puts it down low in the dirt. 4-1. So 1 ball, no strikes here to Hardy. Coleman on deck for the Dogs. Looks like Amato has a wristband, has some signs on there. 1-0 pitch on its way now from Amato as he looks at the runner at second. And that ball is popped up. Center fielder calls everybody off as I got it. That was sky high. And that is out number 2 after the pop out by Jake Hardy.
Now batting for your Dogs, second baseman number 25 from Belmont University, Kyle Coleman.
So here's Kyle Coleman. Coleman also having himself a pretty decent game here. He's got 3 hits tonight, all singles and a ground out. And with 2 outs here, he's got runners on first and second. So an opportunity here for Coleman. 15-12 is the score. The new pitcher on the mound is Johnny Amato. Amato ready to pitch to Coleman. Here it is. Curveball misses high, ball 1. So 1 ball, no strikes. And 2 outs here to Kyle Coleman. 1-0 the count with 2 outs. Lined up the pitch. Called strike. That one hit the bottom portion of the plate. And that evens things up here to Coleman, 1-1. So 1-1 to Coleman. Coleman has that Diger Dairy on the back of his jersey, so he's being sponsored by that dairy. So shout out to them. I think I had chocolate milk from them one time. They're good. There's a strike, 1-2 now the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes. So with 2 outs, there's the 1-2 count now. And Coleman looking to keep this inning moving here for the Dogs. 1-2. Here is Amato with the pitch. He takes a look at the runner at second. Delivers the pitch down low, and the count 2-2 now. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. As Amato looks down at his wristband. So sometimes the catchers are the ones who are giving the signs. Maybe Amato has his own. 2-2, 2 outs. Here comes the pitch from Johnny Amato. Swing and a miss, and down goes Coleman. Strands 2 runners. That'll do it for the inning. Score remains 15-12. Blue Sox ahead.
At GPO, we understand every member's journey is unique. That's why our employees take the time to listen, understand, and deliver personalized solutions that fit your life. From budgeting to borrowing, we're with you every step of the way. Your journey, our commitment. GPO Federal Credit Union, committed to excellence.
second baseman number 5 from the
And we are back
Michael Flashner.
for the top of the 7th inning, and leading it off will be Michael Flashner for Utica, followed by Kevin Francella and Jack Sweeney. But first, here is Flashner, ready to face Colin Skirmont. And the pitch misses for ball 1. And the count 1-0 to Flashner. So 1 ball, no strikes. Here is Skirmont with pitch number 2 to Flashner. And he sets, winds, and delivers. And there's a called strike 1, and that evens the count to 1-1. So for Flashner, he walked in his last at bat. 1-1 here, the count. Skirmont delivers the pitch, and that is fouled off on the third base line by Flashner. And the count 1-2. So just to recap the standings, mostly the playoff standings. The Blue Sox 21-15. They have control of the 3rd spot right now. The Dogs are 15-20. They got the 4th spot and the final spot in the playoffs. That's fouled off. Count remains 1-2. So the Dogs hanging on to the 4th spot, 4th and final spot at 15-20. Behind them is Oneonta, a half game back, and they are winning their ball game in Boonville tonight. 10-2 last we checked. Bottom of the 8th. And Glens Falls is behind everybody 2 games. So Glens Falls still has a chance to sneak their way in. So Dogs, Oneonta, Glens Falls in the next couple of days are going to be going at it, looking for wins wherever they can get them. For the Dogs tomorrow, tough matchup, Amsterdam, at Amsterdam. They'll be back here on Thursday night against Boonville. And Utica on Wednesday. So a full week of baseball for Mohawk Valley. Lots going on. 3-2, here's the pitch. And that is ball 4 to Flashner. And Kevin Francella is the. I'm sorry, I'm laughing, but I'm laughing because Josh was having a full conversation with himself. He answers himself too, I think. It's weird, but that happens late in the season here. The heat gets to you. So here's Francella at the plate, and they throw back to first base. So for Francella, he's walked, doubled, singled, and struck out. So his 5th appearance at the plate tonight for Francella. Skirmont ready. Looks like the runner at first base. Takes another glance before he delivers the pitch. And a little chopper to second baseman. Goes over to the shortstop and to first. And they get the double play. So a double play. 2-6-3. So Jack Sweeney, who hit a home run and has doubled twice tonight. So lethal bat here coming to the plate for the Blue Sox with 2 outs. They lead 15-12 here in the top of the 7th. Colin Skirmont, the pitcher here for the Dogs. Here's the windup and the pitch by Skirmont outside. Ball 1. 1-0 count. Skirmont looks in. Winds and delivers. Down low for ball 2, and the count 2-0. So Jack Sweeney, the center fielder at the plate for Utica with 2 outs. Nobody on. They have a 3-run lead here in the top of the 7th, and that one high and inside, and that hits him in the shoulder. And Jack Sweeney will take his base as he took one in the shoulder. So Anthony Peritano will now be the batter. So Peritano at the plate with a runner on first base here for the Blue Sox. So with 2 outs, here's Peritano. Peritano's line tonight, he singled, grounded out, struck out, looking, and walked. So here's his 5th appearance here. against Colin Skirmont. Going to the 9th in Boonville with Oneonta hanging on to a big lead, 10-2. Well, that game goes final as is. The Dogs are going to need to pull out a victory here tonight. 1-0 the count. 2 outs, runner on first base. Here's the windup and the pitch. Outside, ball 2. So 2 balls and no strikes. Here comes Coach Luby. I'm guessing the message is going to be straighten it out. Straighten it out, throw strikes, let the guys work behind you, right? So a little chat on the mound. Little words of encouragement, I'm sure, from Coach Luby. As Skirmont shaking his head. And Jaden Santiago also joined him out there. And everybody's good. We're all going to head back to our spots, and we're going to see what comes ahead with a 2-0 count. Umpire giving us all these signs up here, telling us all these things we don't know what they mean. Just kidding. He's just telling us how many more times the coach can come out. It's not like we can stop him if he comes out more than enough times, right? I mean, it's not like we got a traffic light up here. 2-0. And that one misses for ball 3. And they count now 3-0. It's funny, some umpires give us all kinds of signs, let us know what's going on. Others, I don't even know if they know if we exist up here. It's funny. We appreciate the ones who actually give us the signs and talk to us a little bit and let us know what's happening. Makes it a little bit easier. 3-0. And there is ball 4. And he will take his base, Will Paratano. And Connor Jones now will come to the plate.
Batting for Utica, center fielder number 1 from George Washington University, Connor Jones.
So here's Connor Jones, who struck out in his last at bat. And Jones is going to make his way to the plate with the runners on first and second. So 2 outs. Dogs just need 1 out to get out of this inning. Here in the top of the 7th. 15-12 is the score. Blue Sox hanging on to the lead. They're looking for more here, though, in the top of the 7th. But Skirmont and the Dogs trying to shut them down here. They got 2 outs with the runners on first and second with an opportunity to get somebody out here and end the inning. And that one catches the corner of the plate, 1-1. So a ball and a strike to the center fielder, Connor Jones. For Jones, he struck out looking. Singled, popped out, and struck out swinging in tonight's game. 1-1. Here's a runner taking off the third, and he's going to steal third easily. And that puts runners on the corners. So 2-1 with the runners on first and third now. And Skirmont looking here to grab one more out. There's the windup and pitch now from Skirmont. Jones awaits the pitch. Takes a while. Here it is. Hit on the ground, foul. And 2-1, the umpire going to check on somebody. That ball went into the crowd. And hopefully everybody's okay. And looks like everybody's all right out there. Some of the players checking on the kids. And looks like the player gives the kid a ball, makes him a little bit happier. So all is well, 2-2 the count now. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. And he strikes him out to end the inning. The score remains 15-12. We head to the bottom of the 7th.
At Hummel's Office Plus, our customers remain our #1 priority. Hi, Central New York. This is Justin Hummel, CEO of Hummel's Office Plus. If you are in need of a reliable, competitive, and consistent business product supplier, give Hummel's a try. We offer customized pricing, free next day delivery, and personalized service. With our wide assortment of office supplies, janitorial supplies, furniture, and everything else you need for your workplace, Hummel's is your go-to for all your business products.
And we are back. And Connor Scanlon will lead things off. That was our good friend Johnny Denver. Our boy John. What's up, Johnny Denver? Singing Country Road. Great song. Rest in peace to Mr. Denver. And so here we go. Bottom of the seventh, 15-12. The score. Dogs are down. And Connor Scanlon will lead things off here for the Dogs in the bottom of the seventh. First pitch to Scanlon misses for ball one. It'll be Connor Scanlon, Brody Frecker, and Jake Dolan. Bottom of the ninth in Oneonta, 1 out. 10-2 is the score. Boonville 1 out, sorry. That one's popped up high, and here's Caleb Miller going for it, and makes the catch, does Miller, for out number one. So Brody Frecker, and now the batter. So here's Brody Frecker, who has walked a bunch of times tonight. He's walked 3 times, grounded out once. And at this point, he will take a walk if that's what they're going to give him. The Dogs need base runners late in the game here. Down 15-12. Here's the pitch. Call, strike. That was a forceful strike by the umpire, really.
No, not here. 2 outs up in Boonville.
No balls, 1 strike. To Frecker. Here's the windup and the pitch from Amato. And that is followed in the count 0-2. No balls and 2 strikes. Oh, and 2 the count now. Here's Amato with the windup and the pitch to Scanlon. Swing and a miss for strike 3. And there is 2 outs.
Center fielder number 35 from Seton Hall.
Sorry, that was Brody Frecker, my fault. So Frecker strikes out. Dolan now at the plate. So here is Jake Dolan with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th. Amato looking for a quick inning here. And first pitch inside corner called strike, 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. 2 outs to Dolan. Dolan the center fielder for the Dogs. Nobody on here in the bottom of the 7th for the Dogs. Here's the pitch. And that is popped foul and quickly 0-2. Well, no balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs. So Amato looking to get out of this inning. 1, 2, 3 here if he can strike out or get out. Dolan. And that ball is hit into left field. I lost track of it for a second. And a base hit for Dolan. We'll bring up Aiden Streeter.
29 from American International University, Aiden Streeter.
So here is Aiden Streeter. And Streeter hit a grand slam, which seemed like a long time ago, which it was, a couple hours ago, I think. And that was in the bottom of the second inning, which seems like 2 weekends ago. As Ezel will give us the official time here. Where are we as on gameplay here?
We're at 3 hours, 13 minutes.
3 hours, 13 minutes. That's a long time. 1-0. And we are only in the bottom of the 7th, says Ezo. There's a swing and a miss, and the count 1-1. I mean, we got nothing to do on a Sunday night when you have to work Monday morning. Or you worked Sunday morning and you really want to go to sleep. But no one's complaining. Sounds like we are. And that ball is hit to right field. It's going to go into the gap. And all the way to second base is going to go Streeter. And the run's going to come home and score. And 15-13 now the score. So again, cutting into this lead slowly is what the Dogs have been doing.
Now batting for your Dogs, first baseman number 38 from American International University, Wesley Alfonso.
So here is Wesley Alfonso, who hit a home run in his last at bat. He would gladly take another one here with a runner on second base, down 2. So the go-ahead run, the tying run, at the plate for the DiamondDawgs. And with 2 innings left to play and more of this inning left, Dogs are creeping back. So 2 outs. Here is Alfonso at the plate. Pitches down low for ball 1. So 1 ball and no strikes to Alfonso. Johnny Amano, the pitcher. Aiden Streeter at second base. 2 outs. 15-13. Blue Sox ahead. That one misses for ball 2. And the count now 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes with 2 outs. And it is official in Boonville. Oneonta has won that game. And there is strike 1 here, and the count now 2-1. So what does that mean? That means that the Dogs need to win this game to stay pace, as they are a half game. They were a half game up. And there's the pitch, and that's fouled off. So now they're even. So now it all depends on what the Dogs do here in this game to determine who goes where. And this fly is annoying me right now. Like, legit. Flying on my head. 2-2 the count. And here comes the 2-2 pitch now to Alfonso. With a runner on second base here for the Dogs. Amato winds and delivers, and he fouls that off. Does Alfonso to stay alive, and they count 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. You know, as this fly keeps buzzing around me and beelining to my mouth, I wonder how many play-by-play announcers ever swallowed a freaking fly mid-sentence, because it's about to happen here. This fly's on a mission. 3-2, full count. 3 balls and 2 strikes here to Wesley Alfonso. Runner on second base. 2 outs. Bottom 7, 15-3. Blue Sox ahead. Here's Amato with the 3-2 pitch with 2 outs and a runner on. Here's the pitch. Called strike 3. And that does it for the inning, as Alfonso stuck at the plate as that one catches the corner and ends the inning. Back after this.
Spring into action and get started on your home projects with Little Falls Lumber. Get your free estimate today for that project, big or small. Little Falls Lumber. They're always happy to help.
Stop by one of our 3 convenient locations and speak to one of our knowledgeable salesmen about your next project.
Valparaiso, R.J. Tomei.
And we are back. R.J. Tomei will lead things off here for the Blue Sox here in the top of the 8th. And we have a new pitcher on the mound for the Diamond Dogs from Brown University. It is Harsh Ramayana Venkat. And I like to call him our neurosurgeon, as he's going to school to become a neurosurgeon. So awesome for him. Also want to give a couple of shout-outs momentarily. 1-0 count. Here's the pitch. And there's a strike to count now, 1-1. So thank you to Gary for listening. Also Meg and Randy Ray. So Randy Ray had a nice comment. I want to read it in a second. That one misses for ball 2. So 2 balls and 1 strike. So Randy says the kids love it, especially because the players come over and sign balls for them. They feel like they're talking to Mickey Mantle. It makes me happy to see my kids get excited. I agree, Randy. I think it's great how these players, not just the Diamond Dogs, but all players, Blue Sox, everybody in the Perfect Game Collegiate League, they really get close to the kids, and it's such a community feel for them. That ball hit hard to center field, makes the catch for out number 1. So Tomei lines out to center field. So here's Ethan Madison. I agree that to the kids, they don't know the difference between Mickey Mantle and, you know, a kid who's playing for the Perfect Game Collegiate Baseball League. To them, they look up to him. And it's great because these kids are all trying to get to the majors themselves. And they know how hard it is, and they encourage the kids to do the same and work hard. And it's really awesome. And I've been doing this for a long time now, and I always look forward to that every summer. So it's cool, and we have great kids a lot of times here that are just wonderful to the kids. So thanks for coming out. We appreciate it, and hopefully you can come out to the last couple of games we have here. We got 2 more to go. Next one will be on Thursday night against Boonville. And that one misses for ball 2, and the count now 2-1 to R.J. Tomei. Two balls and 1 strike. And there is strike 2 in the count now, 2-2. So 2 balls, 2 strikes here to Tomei. I'm sorry, Ethan Madison, wrong player. Tomei popped out in his first at bat. 2-2 now. Here's the windup and the pitch. Outside, ball 3. Full count now to Madison. So 3 balls and 2 strikes here to Madison. Carvelli on deck. And there's a swing and a foul tip. And the count remains 3 balls and 2 strikes. And here comes Coach Luby. And he's going to argue that. And what is he arguing? That's a foul ball, I think. Is that what we're... Or maybe it's catcher interference. Or batter interference, I'm sorry. And both umpires are coming together. And Coach Luby heads back to the dugout. Doesn't seem happy. And the count 3-2 remains. So 3 balls and 2 strikes with 1 out. Here's Venkat with the pitch. Down low for ball 4, and Madison will walk. And Robbie Carvelli will come to the plate.
Now batting for Utica, right fielder number 62 from Lehigh University, Robbie Carvelli.
So here's Robbie Carvelli for the Blue Sox. And with 1 out, they got a runner on first base through the Blue Sox. A 15-13 lead here in the top of the 8th, so they're looking to add some insurance runs. Venkat on the mound here for Mohawk Valley. That one's fouled off into foul territory. And that one clanks into the stands down the first base side. And one of our fans, I think, took one to the, I don't know where it was, Noggin maybe, because I saw a nice pat going out there. He also got a ball out of it though, so let's. He's okay though. Just a little ice will help that out. The ball is hit hard to shortstop over to second and overthrows it at first base. So those are the kind of things that you've been seeing all along here for Mohawk Valley that just are not coming together. They had a chance for a double play, and the throw over the head of the first baseman. So 2 outs.
Catcher number 3 from Union College, Caleb Miller.
So Caleb Miller now the batter, and here's Miller. So Miller at the plate with 2 outs. Here's the pitch. And that is popped foul and out of play. And the count 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike here to Miller. Miller's a catcher. He struck out in his last at bat. He's got a runner on second base now. A 15-13 lead with 2 outs. Venkot, the pitcher, on the mound. Misses with ball 1. And the count 1-1 now. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Caleb Miller. Harsh Venkot, the pitcher for Mohawk Valley. And that one misses for ball 2 in the count 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Venkot is set. Will kick, wind, and deliver. And there's a strike in the count 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes here, 2 outs to Caleb Miller. So Venkot ready on the 2-2. Here it is. And that one misses high for ball 3. So a full count here to the catcher, Caleb Miller. 2 outs here for the Blue Sox. In the top of the 8th, they lead 15-13. Here's Venkot with the pitch. And that one is popped up into foul territory. First baseman makes the grab. Ends the inning. 15-13. The score remains. Back for the bottom of the 8th coming up.
At NBT Bank, we know that this day starts with this one. This day starts with this one. Because no matter how unforgettable the extraordinary days are, there's a lot of every day that leads up to them. You can count on NBT Bank to help you get started. NBT Bank, it starts here.
And welcome back, fans. Bottom of the 8th coming up here for Mohawk Valley. And here we go. Bottom of 8th. Dogs running out of chances here. I have no idea what my wife just said to me. And bottom of the 8th underway here. And here we go. Same pitcher on the mound, or we got a different pitcher here? Is this still Johnny Amato? So Johnny Amato delivers the first pitch for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes to Ryan Payne. And the 1-0 count. Here's Amato now with the windup and the pitch. Right down the center of the plate, but missing for ball 2. And the count 2-0. Caught the outside portion of the plate, so inside portion, I should say. So 2-0 the count. So it'll be Payne, Santiago. Then we go back to the top with Hardy. So here's Payne with a 2-0 count. Amato looks in, sets, delivers, and a little chopper too short. Shortstop grabs it, throws on over for out number 1. So 1 out after the ground out from Ryan Payne.
Now batting for your Dogs, catcher number 17 from Columbia University, Jaden Santiago.
So here's Jaden Santiago. And Santiago takes a warm-up cut before he makes his way into the batter's box from the right side to face the righty here in Johnny Amato with 1 out here in the bottom of the 8th. Here's the pitch. Down low by Amato. And they count 1-0. So 5 errors on the evening for Mohawk Valley. Those have been costly with this game 15-13. That one takes a bounce. And Amato says, can you check that and see if he went? And they say, no, he did not. And the count 2-0 now to Santiago. So 2 balls, no strikes. Santiago at the plate. Amato on the mound here for the Blue Sox. 15-13 lead, bottom 8. Here's the pitch. And that one misses down low for ball 3. And the count now 3-0. So as we stand, a tie for the final spot in the playoffs with the Oneonta win over Boonville. 3-0 the count. Here's the pitch. And there's a strike the count now, 3-1 to Santiago. So Santiago bottom of the order. Then we go back to the top here with Hardy. So 3 balls and 1 strike with 1 out. Here's the pitch. And that is popped up. Second baseman moving over. Makes the grab for out number 2. So Santiago pops it out for the second out. And Jake Hardy now will come to the plate. So the Dogs now down to their final 4 outs to make up these 2 runs. So here's Hardy now to face Amato. Hardy is set in the box, ready to go. Amato on the mound, ready as well. He's going to kick, wind, and deliver here. And a little chopper foul by Hardy. And they count 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike to Hardy. As Kyle Coleman is on deck, should he reach. So no balls and 1 strike, 2 outs. Jake Hardy, the batter for the Dogs. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Amato. And that one down low for ball 1. The count even at 1-1. So a ball and a strike here to Jake Hardy. Again, we enter the final week of the season for the PGCBL. Teams are jockeying for position. It's been a great season for a lot of teams. Some teams have struggled. And there's a swing and a miss by Hardy, and the count 1-2. Regardless, this league is about these kids getting more playing time as they are all trying to make it to the next level. So they come here after their college season to continue playing ball, continue to getting at-bats, continuing to getting time on the field. And that one's popped foul by Hardy, and the count remains 1-2. And that one's going to take a big bounce into the tennis court area. And 1-2 now the count as Amato looks at his wristband. And he must have scenarios written down on his wristband on what to throw. 1-2. There's the pitch. And swing and a miss. And that'll do it for Hardy. That'll do it for the inning. We head to the top of the 9th. It is 15-3. Blue Sox ahead.
Little Falls, New York combines the charms of a small town with the conveniences of a much larger city. Of course, you'd expect to find welcoming people, beautiful scenery, family-friendly activities, and plenty to do outdoors. But you might be surprised to find that Little Falls, New York also has an espresso bar, gem shop, art center, French restaurant, antique centers, local hospital, and extensive civic services and amenities. Not to mention homes both beautiful and affordable, nestled in a dramatic natural setting amongst steep hills that descend to the Mohawk River and Erie Canal. Little Falls, New York, It's a great place to spend a few days or a lifetime.
And we are back for the top of the ninth inning. And for the Blue Sox, Jack McWilliams will come to the plate here in the top of the ninth as Harsh Venkat is the pitcher on the mound for Mohawk Valley, looking to shut him down and bring his team to the bottom of the ninth. Down just 2. Obviously, the Blue Sox looking to add some more insurance runs here in the top half of the ninth. And the first pitch by Venkat misses for ball 1 to McWilliams. A 1 ball, no strikes here. Here's the pitch. And there's a strike to count 1-1. So 1 ball, 1 strike to McWilliams. After McWilliams, go back to the top of the order. Here's the 1-1. And that is high for ball 2. The count 2-1. So 2 balls, 1 strike here to McWilliams from Venkat. Top of the ninth, 15-13 is the score. They dropped off 1 number. 15-13. Blue Sox ahead. 2 balls and 2 strikes here to McWilliams. Big game for both teams. Bigger game here for the DiamondDawgs. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. And there's a call. Strike 3 gets McWilliams. He's not happy as he walks away back to the dugout with 1 out. So here's Michael Flashner. So the 6th at-bat here for Flashner tonight. 2 walks, a single, reached on an error, and struck out. He's a lefty facing the righty here in Venkat. And calls strike outside corner. Nice pitch there by Venkat, and the count 0-1. You're at the top of the ninth here, 1 out. Dogs down 2. Here's Venkat with the windup and the pitch. And that one takes a bounce for ball 1. So 1-1 the count. As Flashner steps out. And now he'll step back in the box, ready to face the awaiting Venkat. Venkat is ready. Wastes no time, winds and delivers. And that one misses outside for ball 2. And the count 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike here to Flashner. And here's the windup and the pitch. And that ball is hit to a left center field. And it's going to get past the left fielder. Again, sloppy play by Mohawk Valley. And a double for Flashner. So Kevin Francella, now the batter. So here's Kevin Francella for Utica. And the 1 out. Runner on second base. Here's the windup now in the pitch from Venkat. That one's popped up. And third baseman makes the grab for out number 2. So 1 more out needed for the Dogs here to get to the bottom half of the ninth inning. Down 2 runs.
Left fielder number 17 from Rutgers University, Jack Sweeney.
So Jack Sweeney, big bat here for the Blue Sox as he hit a home run early in the ball game, has picked up 2 doubles, and also was hit by a pitch. He's got a runner on second base, a 2-run lead here in the top of the ninth with 2 outs. Here's the pitch. in the dirt. Ball 1. So 1 ball and no strikes as Venkot looking to get out of this inning here with no damage. That's what they need. Down to just 2 to head to the bottom of the 9th and give themselves a chance here. So 1-0 now. And so they're going to intentionally walk him.
Now batting for Utica, shortstop number 2 from Murray State, Anthony Peritano.
So Sweeney gets intentionally walked, which probably is a good idea seeing he's been hitting the ball pretty hard today. And that gives the Dogs a chance for a force out. Makes it a little bit easier if the ball's on the ground. So here's Peritano. And let's see what Peritano has done today. He's walked twice, struck out once, and grounded out twice. So runners on first and second here with 2 outs. Here's the pitch. And there's a strike to Peritano, 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike, 2 outs here for the Blue Sox in the top of the 9th. A 2-run lead here for Utica as they got runners on first and second looking to add some insurance runs before they head to the bottom of the 9th here. And ball's hit on the ground and scooped up by the first baseman, throws it over first, and they got him. The inning is over, no run scored. We're heading to the bottom of the 9th, 15-13. Let's see if the DiamondDawgs can pull this one out.
Some people might think that the tire shop in Canajoharie only does tires. Nah, that's only their name. The tire shop does so much more. Oil changes, custom wheels, interstate batteries, computer wheel balancing, tire repair service and recapping, auto accessories, tire chains, ag bags, bale and net wrap, and much more. And when it comes to tires, the tire shop in Canajoharie also does so much more. Lawn and garden tires, off the road, backhoe, loader tires, log skidder, agricultural, ATV and UTV tires, and on the farm tire services. The tire shop is a multi-line new tire dealer. That means they're quite a choice for top brand name tires for your car, truck, SUV, semi-tractor, and trailer, all at great prices. They're also a Goodyear national accounts and state contract pricing location. Financing available too. Find more information and a list of services at thetireshop.biz. Thetireshop.biz. Open Monday through Saturday, 8 to 6. Yes, Saturday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. The Tire Shop, 155 Erie Boulevard in Canajoharie.
And here we go, fans. Bottom of the 9th. The Dogs with an opportunity to win this thing here in the bottom of the 9th. Down 15-13. Johnny Amato, the pitcher on the mound for the Utica Blue Sox. And for the Dogs coming to the plate, the 2, 3, 4 hitters. Kyle Coleman at the plate right now, followed by Connor Scallon and Brody Frecker. So here we go. First pitch is a ball. 1 ball, no strikes here to Coleman. So Dogs have been shut down for a while here, but 1 pitch, and here comes the pitching coach. And so Coleman's going to head down and talk to his coach down the third base line, getting some instructions. And so Kyle Coleman awaiting for his opportunity here. And the conference on the mound is over. And here we go as everyone makes their way back into their spots. A 2-run ball game here. Dogs need 2 runs to tie, 3 to walk it off and win it. So Kyle Coleman at the plate, a 1-0 count. Johnny Amato, the pitcher, on the mound for Utica. So Kyle Coleman steps back into the box here with a 1-0 count. Amato is ready to go on the mound. Here we go, 1-0 count. Amato winds and delivers and puts it down low for ball 2 in the count now, 2-0 to Coleman. So 2 balls and no strikes. As we said, 2, 3, 4 hitters right where you want to be here in the bottom of the 9th. The meat of the order coming up for the Dogs. 2-0 count. There is ball 3, so 3 balls and no strikes. No pressure here for Amato, as this 2-run lead looks smaller once you get more guys on base. 3-0 count here to Coleman. Here's the windup and the pitch, and there is ball 4 as Coleman will get on. And here we go, folks. Things are starting to get a little interesting. So Connor Scanlon now, and again, conference on the mound. This is going to be it. We're going to have a new pitcher here. As the coaching staff comes out, the entire team comes out. And this is going to be it, looks like, for Amato. And that is it for Amato. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back, let you know who the pitcher is.
If you are looking for some shopping and dining, head on over to Canal Place, where you will find quaint shops, galleries, restaurants, and inns situated in the old mill buildings and storefronts along the waterfront of Canal Place. They've become known as the happening place for the arts in the Mohawk Valley. Not so long ago, many of these buildings were working mills serving the garment industry. Even today, after conversion to serve as retail space, many of these rugged but lovely structures speak to our great regional manufacturing heritage. If you're looking for fine arts, entertainment, or antiques, you simply must pay a visit to Canal Place. Hey fans, tell the world you are here at Veterans Memorial Park watching your Mohawk Valley DiamondDawgs. Share your experiences, connect with other fans, and gain behind-the-scenes access to your favorite team. For more information, visit mvdiamonddogs.com or like us on Facebook or follow us on Instagram and Twitter.
And we are back. New pitcher on the mound. He throws sidearm, which is going to be tough for Mohawk Valley. So sidearmer Drake Aycock is the pitcher. And what's the ERA?
Once again, batting for your dog, designated hitter number 9.
We'll let you know later. We had the stat pulled up and went away on our screen. So here we go. Connor Scanlon, the batter here, to face Drake Aycock here in the bottom of the 9th. Dogs are down 2, nobody out. They got a runner on first base. It's a big, big opportunity here for the Dogs as the tying run now at the plate. Here's Aycock, looks in, and coming in from the side. That's a different look for the Dogs this late in the ballgame. Called strike, 0-1. So we were just talking about in the booth. This is tough to bring in a guy who throws sidearm. The first time these players are seeing it tonight, so it's going to take some adjusting, and they don't have much time to adjust. This is the bottom of the 9th. They're down 2. Out one misses for ball 2, 1-1. Sometimes with, I guess, the good news for Mohawk Valley, sometimes with a sidearm thrower, it's hard to get that strike zone and find your niche real quick. So he's got to be ready too. So 1-1. Here's the pitch. That's fouled off the count now. Actually, yep, fouled off. And the count jumps to 1-2. So 1 ball, 2 strikes. Runner on first base is Coleman. Scanlon at the plate. And after him is Brody Frecker on deck. So here's Scallon with a 1-2 count. Aycock is set now as he went to the... I lost my train of thought. Sorry, 1-2. Here's the pitch. And now almost hits him. He comes in from the side, so on those right-handed batters, it looks like it's coming right at you. 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. I was saying those right-handed batters with that, because he's a right-handed sidearm thrower, that ball's coming right at you, and then it comes across your body. So 2-2 now the count. Nobody out, runner on first here for the Dogs. Bottom 9, they're down 2. Here's the pitch. And that's hit into right field, and right fielder makes the catch for the first out of the bottom of the 9th inning. So the Dogs down to their final 2 outs here. They need 2 runs. So Brody Frecker now the batter for the Dogs. Again, Dogs down 2. They got a runner on, so the tying run is at the plate. So all they need is Frecker to deposit one behind the fences, and this game is tied. Easier said than done, I know. And the pitch sails across for a strike, and they count 0-1 now to Frecker. So no balls and 1 strike, 1 out. 15-13 the score. Blue Sox ahead. Big game here for Mohawk Valley. As we already heard, Oneonta won their game. So they're sitting back, watching the scoreboard. 0-2. As we all know, the battle of the final spot is between Mohawk Valley, Oneonta, and also Glens Falls, who's coming off the rearview mirror. They were 2 games back heading into this game. That one misses for ball 1. The count now 1-2. So after the win in Oneonta, both teams technically tied until you go to the... Dogs are ahead 4.29 percentage points, I'm being told. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Gotcha. So a mere couple points separate the 2 teams, but that'll change here once this game ends, depending who wins it. Well, 2 balls and 2 strikes, and that ball is hit to the second baseman. He tries to make the play, and he couldn't make it. He tried to get the ball and throw it to the second baseman, couldn't do it. And once he realized that, he threw it over to first base, and he couldn't get him either. So a hit. As the Dogs staying alive here. So here's Jake Dolan now with 1 out. As this game getting real interesting here with just 1 out, and the Dogs have runners on first and second. That could have been a double play as the second baseman grabbed the ball, was going to make a little throw to second, and it kind of bobbled out of his hand. So he realized that he threw to first, couldn't get him, and now everybody's safe. So runners on first and second. They are battling here. There's a swing and a miss. And the count 0-1. But both teams, you got to give credit to both teams. However this game ends, they are battling here tonight. As you can tell, this is playoff baseball before the playoffs have begun. 0-1. That one misses for ball 1. So, folks, if you want to see the action yourself in person, make sure you come on back here Thursday night. Boonville comes to town. And by Thursday, we'll even know even more about the playoff race. So come on down, catch the Dogs. Last 2 games at home, one of them on Thursday night. And that one is popped up into right center field, and he dropped it. He dropped it. He dropped it in center field.
No, he's calling him out.
And it looks like they're going to call him out. So this, I imagine, is going to get Coach Luby out there. And let's see, everyone's waiting to sort things out here. Hang on, let's see what happens here. It looked like he dropped it in center field. I saw it myself, folks. I saw it myself. He dropped it in center field. But they're probably saying that he caught the ball and then he took it, was taking it out of his glove.
Is it 1 out or 2?
But we're waiting to see what the umpires say here before you put anything on the board. So Coach Dillette is out talking. Doesn't look like Coach Luby's going to argue anything here. So we're not sure what the call is here.
One out. Wait. Hey.
Josh, go to the thing. So 2 outs is the call now. So he was called out. So runner stays at first, and the runner advances to third. But 2 outs here now for the Dogs. The Dogs down to their final out here. And there's a swing and a miss. So Aiden Streeter at the plate. Streeter was the one who hit the grand slam for the Dogs. He would love to go yard here. And if he does, the Dogs win this game. So no balls and 2 strikes. So down to their final strike here are the Dogs. Can there be magic in one more swing here by Aiden Streeter? Runners on first and third here for the Dogs. Down 2. Here's the pitch. And that was outside. And the count 1-2. So tying run sits at first base for the Dogs. Walk-off winning run is at home plate. And Aiden Streeter, we've seen it done before. He hit a grand slam here tonight. He would love to put it beyond the fences here. And that one misses for ball 2. And 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here we go, folks. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. This is when Ezell's got to go to the cap. 2-2. Here we go, folks. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the windup and the pitch. And he fouls that one off to stay alive. Does Streeter. And you can feel the intensity here tonight between these teams. What a great game, however this ends. You've seen some great baseball from both teams. Let's hope that we can see both teams in the playoffs down the road in about a week or so. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. And swing and a miss. And that does it for the ball game as Mohawk Valley loses this one 15-13. And we will be back here on Thursday night as Boonville comes to town. Make sure you join us on Thursday night. Thanks for listening, fans. Have a great night.
The field and we're ready to play. We're all suited up, we got a game today. We're gonna play fast and we're gonna play hard, gonna knock that ball right out of the yard. So don't just sit there like a bump on a log. Let me hear you holler now. Let's go, Dogs! We got a guy on third and nobody out. It's time to stand up, yes, it's time to shout. We're playing some ball and we're having some fun. Come on, boys, let's score that run. So don't just sit there like a bump on a log. Let me hear you holler now. Let's go, Dogs! Field and we're ready to play. We're all suited up, we got a game today. We're gonna play fast and we're gonna play hard. Gonna knock that ball right out of the yard. So don't just sit there like a bump on a log. Let me hear you holler now. Let's go, Dogs! 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 Don't just sit there like a bump on a log. Let me hear you